You're welcome. After 2 years, we are excited to be together. There is live footage at the same time. We have been holding certain activities as Green Thought Association. Concerning certain concepts, interpreter note, we cannot hear well. The Green Economy Conference is a program that we have been conducting for quite a while this year, and last year we tried to focus on just transition concerning what is going on in just transition. Where are we going from now on? We will be talking about these, discussing about these today. Interpreter note, the mic hasn't been solved. So we would like to thank the executive board, the consultants board.
Today, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Christian. I have the Heinrich Böll Foundation here. I'm here together with my colleagues, Menekshe and Julia, who have also worked on this project and have been working on the Green Economy Conference together with Gesche Düşünce now for quite some years. I think, have you been there since the beginning?
No, Ümit was there.
Ümit was there. Okay. Ümit looks even older than I do. So. But I remember, so I remember standing here for the first time in 2015 at the, what was that? Now we have 12, so it was the 5th Green Economy, I think. And I remember trying to use an analogy, a picture, an image, when talking about the situation we are in regards to the climate crisis. I would now admit that it was not a very original image, but still I will go back to it. And that was the one of the Titanic. I think you've all seen the movie with Leonardo, but if not, maybe you also know the story, where when the ship was running into the iceberg and was already sinking, the orchestra still kept playing, even though like people were going for certain death. I thought a bit about this image, and I think we have moved a bit forward in a regard that if I look to the discussions in Germany, if I look to the discussions in Turkey, that we have on a political level, but also on a societal level, sometimes, at least now, it's not that the orchestra has stopped playing, but I think at least a lot of people on the ship, on deck, have realized that something else is going on outside the boat. So I think these discussions have intensified. But I think if we look to another aspect of this iceberg, this is the problem that we're currently facing, and that is what's underneath the water level. So a lot of people are saying, "Oh, look, an iceberg. It's really frightening." But as we all know, the iceberg looks like it looks, no? So there is a small part only visible above the waterline. And the much bigger problem is underneath the water. So I think we saw that very clearly, for example, when the Turkish president, after finally ratifying the Paris Agreement, came forward and said, yeah, okay, we have ratified this thing now, but we will only implement it if it doesn't hurt our economy. And I mean, this is not a very new debate. I mean, we see this debate all over the world. We also have it in Germany. And I think this is the part when we talk about, okay, what stress can we put our economy under? This is the debate or the part that we see above the water level. So, I don't know, for example, in Germany we have now debates about like, is it really okay to not have fossil fuel-driven cars anymore? Can we really, especially now with the situation in Ukraine and our dependency on Russian gas, something that we share with Turkey, I think, can we really afford for our economy to go off fossil fuels? Don't we want the damage that we do to our economy so big that it outweighs the benefits? And that, to me, I mean, as we all know, this is like a really absurd discussion, because this is not a discussion about either or. Like, either we do some little, or we do some big changes to the economy that will hurt the economy a lot, properly, and then it maybe not avert the climate crisis, but at least maybe manage to stick to the 1.5-degree goal, which already seems very, very difficult. Or we just do some little tweaks to the economy, and I mean everything will be okay. This balance does not exist. The balance is either we do these massive changes, or we will have faced much greater consequences after. And we have sometimes the discussion with conservatives, for example, and in Germany, and I think we also have them here, who are thinking that this whole idea of doing significant economic reforms is something like a pet project for the Greens, for the left, or parts of the left at least. But this is not a pet project. This is not about something like a feel-good thing, if I like the forest better than the city or so. This is an economic issue, because if you don't do these significant changes to the economy, which will hurt a lot of people, significantly, economically, then we face much bigger economic costs afterwards. I just came back from a vacation 1 week at Cardenas, and I think you all remember the massive flooding that we had last year, and you can see it everywhere. Where you drive, you see the rivers, which most of them have been dammed in the moment because they're trying to reconstruct the streets, the bridges. They're trying to put in some kind of damage control measures along the riverbeds. And you can see the massive damage that was just done by just one flooding. And this is just in a time when we are still probably below the 1.5 degree. So everybody can imagine, and this already must cost millions to reconstruct it. not to speak about the damage to agriculture and these things. So we can imagine how the costs will rise if we don't take these measures. One second. So the question that we are facing is not, do we want to have a transition in our economy, or don't we want it? I think the question is how just it can be created. And we as Greens, of course, want a transition that is based on gender democracy, that takes into account social burdens for those who are less well off, and that is sustainable. So this is like a really big package, and I think it's a package in a sense that is good, because if we really work on it, and especially if we work on the social aspect, we can, for the first time in many years, present a real vision to people that might be appealing to people, because I feel there are a lot of people who feel, and especially in Turkey, that we need change on many different fronts. But of course change is frightening, change is scary. And so we really have to develop a vision that takes into account all these fears and all these very real and material damages that the change will do to people's lives. This is not easy. And I'm also afraid, if we look at how politics work, it's also not very realistic, unfortunately. Now, I don't want to discourage you before the conference has even started, but we all know that political reality, or politics in general, is a mix of doing or dreaming about what should be possible and doing what is possible in reality. I'm not sure about Turkey. In Germany, we are often overtaken by the latter. So like just saying, our former chancellor was a masteress in this discipline, to say, okay, like we have very narrow borders in which we can move, so let's only move in these borders. I think what we as Greens have to do, and I'm very happy that we'll be discussing with you among us in this conference, is to think about how can we ensure that the vision that we create not only is realistic, but it's also not eaten up by, like, let's say, the narrow boundaries of realism. So let's first dream bigger and then try to create a policy that can get us there, and not start with saying what is not possible. I'm looking forward to discuss these questions with you in the coming days. I also want to thank Yeşil Düşünce again for doing an amazing job organizing this, and also the technical team, and I hope everybody heard me. Also feel free, I'm not sure if I can be here the whole afternoon, but I think my colleagues Julia and Menekşe are here, and if you don't know us yet, feel free to come up to us and talk to us. Yeah? Thank you.
Şu an çok sağ ol. Sesle alakalı her şey yolunda mı şu an? Sanırım biraz daha böyle konuşmak gerekiyormuş gibi. Tamam. Online dinleyen izleyicilerimizin bir dönütü oldu da o yüzden biraz daha sanırım bu mikrofon böyle olacak. Ben de son olarak teknik ekibe de şimdiden teşekkür etmiş olayım. Sağ olsunlar, bugünü aşırı kolaylaştırıyorlar bizim için. Bir teknik detay. İlk oturum İngilizce olacak. Türkçe olarak dinlemek isteyen misafirlerimiz size maillerde ve SMS'le gelen link kodları var. Oradan kulaklığınızla birlikte, o bilgilendirme daha önce yapılmıştı. Hani kulaklığınızla birlikte direkt oradan Türkçe olarak dinleyebilirsiniz. Ben de hatırlatmış olayım. Aynı şekilde İngilizce olarak da yine aynı şekilde diğer İngilizce kanal üzerinden de hani çevirmen süreci bu şekilde işleyecek. O zaman tekrardan hoş geldiniz diyerek sözü ben Begüm Hoca'ya ilk oturuma bırakmış olayım.
Okay, thank you so much and welcome again everyone. So we have two guest speakers today for the first session, and I was asked to moderate the whole session in English to make things comfortable for our speakers. And we will have like the session for around 50 minutes with presentations, so 25 minutes for each speaker, and then we will also have a question and answer session of about 20 minutes. And basically the idea is to discuss how is the just transition, like the vision we have, is progressing. And so I would like to introduce first the two speakers, and I think they are really as part of this, let's say, struggle. So we have Lisa Badou as one of the presenters, and she's with us here online, and I can see her face. Welcome. So she's a member of Alliance 90, the Greens of the German Bundestag, for the constituency of Bamberg since 2017, and she was also re-elected in 2021. And Lisa Badou is a chairwoman for her party in the Committee on Climate Protection and Energy. She is also deputy member of the Economic Committee and the Committee on... And since 2021, she is also the chair of the Subcommittee on International Climate and Energy Policies and the German-Greek Parliamentary Group. And she's a political scientist. So welcome, and thanks for being with us. The floor is yours. And the title of her presentation is A Just Transition Towards Carbon Neutrality, Germany's Green Revolution in Unprecedented Times.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. I'm very glad to be
we
part
don't
of this
hear
conference.
you. Wait
Okay.
a second, Lisa, please. We don't hear you. Maybe while... Oops. Let's see if the technical problem will be solved in few minutes. Otherwise, I can ask
Yes, I'm
Dimitris-
talking.
Great. Okay. So, welcome again. And the
Okay,
floor
can
is
you hear
yours.
me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you so much for having me. I'm very glad to be part of this conference. It's a very important topic. And I think in these times of crisis and war in Europe, we really have to stand together and work together for the green transformation. So, I mean, that's also my presentation here. What is Germany doing towards climate neutrality? Or what are we doing together with our partners to reach this goal? As I said, it's a time of crisis, and we really have to stand together and to put our energy policy together as all states in Europe and around to strengthen our energy sovereignty, because that's what we recognized, sadly enough, really very late, that not only Germany, there are also other countries in Europe, but we are especially dependent on Russian energy. So like 50% of our gas was from Russia, and 50% of our coal, 35% of our oil. So we were in this moment of, or we are still at the moment of war, and we recognize that we are weak because we didn't defend our energy sovereignty enough in the years before, and also we didn't reach as much renewables as we should have to be safe, to be secure, and to reach our climate goals. So we have a lot of tasks front of us as German government. So I just want to name 3 points. First of all, domestically, we want to release the full potential of wind and solar power in Germany. Also, the European level is extremely important. The Fit for 55 package is in the parliament at the moment, still in the parliament, will go to the trilogue in the next month. So this will affect us very much all. And also internationally, as we have held the G7 presidency at the moment as Germany. So we want to deliver in this present presidency on climate financing, loss and damage, and climate partnerships, also towards the next climate conference in Egypt in November. So all three areas are our main focal points at the moment. And of course, green ministers are very engaged in all of these topics, all of these focal points. Our minister for economy and climate protection, our minister for environment, our foreign minister, also our minister for agriculture is also contributing to this. So it's really a green task to deliver something. Of course, also the whole government, but mainly we see this also as our focus. So first of all, what do we need to do at home? We want to use wind and solar energy as the energy powerhouses for Germany. At the moment, we have 50% renewable energies in the electricity sector. So it's still a long way for us to go to be 100% renewable in all sectors. But as we see it, of course, wind and solar energy is the key for Germany's transition towards a climate neutral economy, including our heavy industry sector, as the steel industry, chemical industry, and others. They cannot decarbonize unless we don't have enough renewable energies. So everything is dependent on this. Currently, we are working in this weeks on the biggest reform of our renewable energy legislation and plan to vote on it before the summer break. It's the so-called Easter package, and it's the largest energy policy revision that Germany has seen for decades. So it's really a revolution for us, and we want to reach 80% renewable energy in 2030 in the electricity sector and 100% renewable energies in the electricity sector in 2035. So I just want to share some points of this package with you. Of course, maybe we should not go too deep into the details, but just to give you an impression what we are planning. So the bill includes the following specific laws, and all overall, it's more than 500 pages of initiatives. So it's the Renewable Energy Sources Act, it's the Offshore Wind Energy Act, the Energy Industry Act, the Federal Requirements Plan Act, the Grid Expansion Acceleration Act, also the Onshore Wind Energy Act. So it's really a broad package, and at the heart of the package is the principle that the use of renewable energy is in the overriding public interest and serves public security. So it's no longer, let's say, some luxury to choose renewable energies, or but it's vital. It's vital for our security. And if any decisions are made also in regions about whether to install, for example, a wind power plant or not, we can see it's an overriding public interest. So maybe other public interests have to step behind and step back, because all our security is funded on renewable energy. So far we didn't have this. We didn't put renewable energies at a priority. So also new areas will be made available for the expansion of photovoltaics. So more regions will be reachable to put photovoltaic plants on it. The participation of municipalities, so of citizens in onshore wind and photovoltaics, will be extended. More low wind sites will be developed. So also like southern federal states like Bavaria and so on, they will move forward with the wind energy. And also the policy environment for the expansion of rooftop PV installations will be improved. So for everybody who wants to put installation on his or her roof, there will be less bureaucracy, and you will gain more out of it. So to put it in short, it's more attractive to invest in those stuff. So the expansion of renewable energy and the grids will be speeded up because we in the last years the progress of our grids, of the building of our grids, it did not really go well, so it was not fast enough. And of course, with the renewable energy plants, with the wind and solar plants, the grids have to be developed at the same time, at the same moment. Also, the abolition of the EEG surcharge. So it's special German installation, but to put it in short, now it's more attractive for you to use your own energy. So, for example, as a company, and the company has a photovoltaic field planned nearby, it is more attractive, and you have less costs if you use the energy yourself. So we also did this. We already had this initiative in the Bundestag, so it's already law. Of course, we want to, because our panel is also about transformation and I think also job opportunities, or what will happen to the workers. Also, we will create long job term opportunities. So just to give an example, Intel, one of the largest, as you may know, microchip manufacturers in the world, they decided to settle one of their 80 billion euro manufacturing sites in the east of Germany. So, which is quite unusual. They did choose east of Germany and not Bavaria, which is more prosperous and where's the heavy industry and so on. And they chose Eastern Germany because the plans for renewable energy infrastructure is much better in the east of Germany in this case. So as you can see, it's for the companies, renewable energies, it's really one of their priorities to where to go, where to build a factory. So, of course, we need to have all the other federal states, Bavaria and so on, within this revolution. So there are a lot of more points, but as I said, I don't want to go too deep into the details. It's really a revolution for us, and we are happy to start it in the Easter package, which now we don't have Easter anymore, but we will release it before summer. So the second point I mentioned was the European level. So of course the Fit for 55 package is tremendous opportunity for us, and the end of fossil vehicles by 2035 was a great step. So so far it's the vote of the European Parliament. We still wait for what the states are saying. But for us, the Greens, and also in the coalition treaty of the German government, we clearly follow the Fit for 55 package. So it's in our coalition treaty that we follow the proposal of the Commission and also the end of fossil vehicles in 2035, and even that we want to phase out faster in Germany than 2035. So we're very happy that the Parliament also decided for this. As we know, it was a heavy struggle, and we see the lobbying of the industry in the last days they did an immense effort to stop ambitious climate legislations in the Parliament, and I'm glad that they didn't succeed. So of course some initiatives are still open, as the emission trading scheme and the climate social fund. So I'm curious what happens there. But things that we have seen so far are very good in our opinion. So it's very important for us that the European Union is moving forward in this direction. So just to mention two more things, of course, the emission trading has to be linked with the proposed CBAM, and we have to cut down on green leakage and make the system as effective as possible. So that's also very, very important for all the heavy industry in Europe, and especially in Germany, we have a lot of heavy industry. So they need to decarbonize, and for that we need an ambitious Fit for 55 package. So my last point, as we see, we are already a bit behind with the time, so I will cut it shorter. The last third point was the international level and the Germany's G7 presidency. So we want to integrate climate justice in our foreign affairs because climate politics, our security politics, and to protect our climate is a vital cornerstone in our security strategy for the 21st century. As we have heard before, extreme weathers like hurricanes, droughts, civil conflicts over land use, and so on, they will only increase, and they are a problem for the security worldwide. I think what's really gives us hope that G7 is staying the course even in this difficult times, and some key outcomes were already made in the area of energy and climate in the G7 group. So, for example, that the nationally determined contributions, they should be increased, that loss and damage is recognized for the first time, that it's a topic, that it has to be financed, and that the G7 states have to scale up their support. So this is revolutionary. And also the climate finance, that G7 committed for the first time to doubling the provision of climate finance for adaptation to developing countries by 2025. So I think we will not reach a better climate agreement or politics also at the climate conference in Egypt if we don't provide for more solidarity for the damages which are already made and caused by the industrial states in the first place. So this is also a very important point for the German government. So just two more things. Also, the coal phase out was by 2035 was agreed. So this is also a revolutionary step. And also the G7 affirmed their commitment to ending inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by 2025. So a lot of good goals still. They have to be proved in reality. So that's a task we have ahead of us. But I think overall, this year can be a revolutionary year for climate protection, for our fight against the climate crisis, because we have the national governments which want to move forward, like Germany, but also other governments in Europe. We have the European level where all the initiatives are released, are agreed on this year, and we have the COP in Egypt, which means that the developing countries, they will play a big role. Solidarity will play a big role. Climate finance, which is the key to better climate ambitions for the world. So I'm very optimistic about this year. I think a lot of work is ahead of us, and also the German government. We have a lot of work ahead of us, but I think if we cannot achieve it this year, then I really don't know when. And I'm really glad to discuss it with you all. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And it's great to hear that you are optimistic, because I think the gap between the reality and the vision is scary, of course, but having you describe this year as revolutionary, I think is important. So here we have our second speaker from the social movements side, Dimitris Skeris. And so I will just introduce you very briefly and then give him the floor. Dimitris works as a climate justice and energy campaigner for Friends of the Earth. He is also the coordinator of the European Community Power Coalition. He is a climate and energy enthusiast and also a member of an energy community himself. And I think, I hope, as all of us, he believes in climate and social justice. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Congratulations for organizing this event. I'm really happy that I'm here among you. I will start directly with the topic of my presentation. So The topic is how to ensure an accelerated and socially just energy transition, and what is the role of energy communities in that front. So, yeah, you already introduced me. Thank you very much. Just to tell you, my background is mechanical engineering and sustainable energy. And if you want to get in touch with me and with us in Friends of the Earth Europe, feel free to do it, either by email. You can see the email. I'm going to leave the presentation, or in Twitter or other social media. So I will go a bit deeper to explain what we do as Friends of the Earth Europe. So Friends of the Earth Europe is the largest grassroots environmental network in Europe that unites more than 30 national organizations with thousands of local groups. I'm coming from the Brussels office, and we basically coordinate our network's joint campaigns. We push for action by the European Union in order to protect people and planet. So we are basically the European arm of Friends of the Earth International, which is a global federation that unites more than 70 national member organizations, some 5,000 local activist groups, and more than 2 million supporters around the world. What we campaign is for a just, sustainable future at the EU level and across Europe as well. So our vision is of a peaceful and sustainable world based on societies that live in harmony with nature. This kind of society will be built upon people's sovereignty and participation. So it has to be founded on social, economic, racial, gender, and environmental justice, and free from all forms of domination and exploitation. Now, a few words before I enter the main part of the presentation about the European Community Power Coalition, which I coordinate. So we basically work in order to promote the development of citizen and community ownership, so the participation of citizens and communities in the energy transformation, in the energy transition. We are a diverse network, more than 50 like-minded organizations across Europe that comprises of energy cooperatives, cities, local authorities, the renewable energy industry, legal experts, and NGOs. We have a website, feel free to visit, and I will also explain a few of the activities that we do. We basically work on 3 different levels. The first one is advocacy work, obviously, with the European Union and, of course, national members. The second is communication, and the third is capacity building and information sharing and knowledge exchanging. So our main goal is to put people, communities, and local authorities at the heart of Europe's energy transformation, and our activities and our actions go exactly in this direction. So a few words about our most recent, I would say, activities. So ahead of the Repower EU, I will refer a bit later what is the Repower EU and what we have managed to succeed through this. We sent the letters to Vice President Mr. Timmermans and Commissioner Ms. Kadri Simpson for many different subjects, for the Repower EU, for the state aid guidelines, for other initiatives, for instance, the gas citizen energy communities, which we feel like they don't really have space in the energy democracy movement at the moment. And the European Community Power Coalition has been working on the taxonomy front, and of course we are tracking the implementation of the European directives, especially the Renewable Energy Directive and the Internal Energy Market Directive in the different EU countries in order to push for implementation and transposition, which has not been the case, unfortunately. The transposition of the Renewable Energy Directive should have happened already exactly last year, by June 2021, and we are still in the process of discussing this. And this is being translated with the lack of an enabling framework in many member states. one important resource is the Community Energy Guidebook, which is basically a practical guide to reclaim power. So it's basically a handbook that is filled with practical tips and wisdom from projects all over Europe. It is quite extensive, 160 pages. It has 26 chapters, more than 20 inspiring stories across Europe, and more than 80 links to interesting additional resources. It is already available in multiple languages. It's already 8. Dutch have been added very, very recently. And we will also try to translate in more and more languages in order for this knowledge to be transferred everywhere. So entering a bit the context of the presentation, very recently, a few months ago, the European Climate Foundation conducted a poll in 10 European countries. You can see the countries in the presentation, and in order to better understand the public support for wind and solar projects. So during the results basically indicate that a staggering 86% of people that have been questioned across Europe, they would support new wind and solar projects near to where they live. But at the same time, this was coupled with their strong interest to join a local energy cooperative, a local energy community, and also to have adequate governmental support. So 66 out of 10 Europeans at the moment believe that they would be eager to participate in an energy community in their local region. Of course, things are not easy. We have a lot of challenges, and I will try to explain some of them, the basic ones, at least for the energy communities part. But the main question is how can we ensure that we have a just and accelerated transition? And we need to accelerate because climate crisis is accelerating as well. So we consider that the energy communities as a critical part of the solution. But why, someone would say, why are energy communities central in order to achieve the EU's, but not only in general, climate objectives? So first of all, we need to rapidly accelerate the decarbonization effort. Then we need renewable energy as a main pillar together with energy efficiency measures. Again, in many places, not only in Europe, but more generally, I would say, there is a lot of citizen opposition to renewables, which risks derailing those efforts. And this opposition is not because people are against renewables in general, but because they are not part of the planning in this acceleration of renewables. So energy communities are here to close this gap and engage people, local communities and citizens in order to achieve those climate ambitions, and I would say to accelerate at a faster pace. But what we are lacking at the moment in member states, not all of them of course, but in a lot, are the enabling framework. So how those energy communities can operate. We do have the European directive, it's a renewable energy directive that indicates in the article what are the renewable energy communities all about. So this has to be transposed in the national legislation of all countries, of all member states. One important issue is the access to financial capital and funding resources in general. Other issues refer to bureaucratic obstacles and auctions. Auctions mean that energy communities are being, let's say, are competing typical energy, big energy utilities and companies in when they want to realize their project, which is obvious that they cannot do that because they have also another aspect which is critical in their operation, which is the social element. And of course, the political signals, either that being the ambition to move faster away from fossil fuels, either that would be the taxonomy for sustainable investments, those delegated acts, or the latest gas package provisions. And of course, one horizontal, let's say, aspect are the general human and other resources, best practice and information sharing among each other. Even before the energy crisis outburst from September 2021, more or less, energy poverty was already in really high levels. So 1 out of 4 European households have been struggling to adequately light, heat, or cool their homes, and more than 1 billion households across the world do not have access to energy. So we believe, as the Right to Energy Coalition also explains, that no one should ever have to choose between eating, lighting, or warming, cooling their houses. So according to the Right to Energy Coalition, which we also work and coordinate closely, we have identified 3 essential ways to eradicate energy poverty in Europe, but not only. The first one is the access to affordable clean energy as a basic human right. The second is decent, energy efficient, and affordable housing for all. And the third one, which is related to energy communities, is energy democracy. So energy communities participation, people and local communities participation. Energy poverty, of course, is not something that falls from the sky. It's a much more complicated issue, derives from a series of policies and regulations that result in finally in an unjust resource allocation and rising inequalities. So of course it is related to multiple social factors. But of course there are opportunities here, especially for the energy communities part. They can speed up the energy transition through democratic participation. They can help tackle and eradicate energy poverty. They can maximize local acceptance of renewables through local ownership. They can support local growth through sustainable job creation and wider benefit allocation in the most just and inclusive way. They can operate in the energy efficiency with adequate measures in order to lower the demand. So energy efficiency measures should always come first in that front. And of course, to enhance and ensure solidarity and social justice. Climate justice should go and must go hand in hand with social justice. A few words about the Repower EU, which has been the main strategy of the EU in order to quickly reduce the dependence on Russian fossil fuels and to fast forward the green transition. So obviously, everybody is aware that after the war outbreak in Ukraine and the invasion, the EU moved ahead with a plan for a joint European action. So this plan wants to make Europe independent from Russian gas before 2030 by further accelerating the energy transition and increasing the ambition of the Fit for 55 package, as already explained. So the plan is based on 2 main pillars. The first one is to diversify the gas supplies via LNG, liquefied natural gas, and pipeline imports from non-Russian suppliers, which is mainly the US, and larger volumes of biomethane and renewable hydrogen production and imports. So from the one hand, we are basically substituting one fossil fuel, fossil gas, with another imported and more environmentally harmful, I would say, in its potential fuel, which is LNG, which is also been extracted through fracking. And also, the second pillar is the faster reducing of fossil fuels in our homes, buildings, industry, and power system by boosting energy efficiency, increasing renewables, and of course, electrification. And the last part is to address infrastructure bottlenecks. Friends of the Earth Europe had obviously a reaction to this plan. So our first reaction was that fossil fuel industry propped up while energy poor are left in the dark. And I need to explain why we have this viewpoint, because those proposals, in our opinion, fail to make this decisive and much needed break from the broken, polluting, and conflict fueling energy system of the past, and falls far short of addressing the scourge of energy poverty. So this is the main reason, because we will be creating new facilities in order to import LNG. As a European Community Power Coalition, we wanted to explain what our recommendations to the Commission, to the citizens, to the local governments, how to put citizens and communities at the heart of REPowerEU strategy. For this reason, we have published our briefing, and it has been sent also to the commissioners and Mr. Timmermans, the Vice President, about REPowerEU for all, which basically those 10+1 recommendations can guarantee a just energy transition for people and planet. I will take the main parts in order to save some time of it. So the first thing is that REPowerEU should recognize, and I will explain how it actually did recognize, and I have to say that the Greens have also been supportive in this process of dealing of community energy as a key lever across the EU. So we believe that community energy is a realistic way of moving away faster from fossil fuels and accelerating the energy transition in the most just, participatory, and inclusive way, and also to tackle real social issues such as energy poverty. So the first recommendation was how, in order to have basically an enabling framework everywhere, so that those transposition has to happen in all member states. The second part was that the reflection for this higher ambition for renewables, for instance, and higher penetration of renewables and participation of energy communities should be reflected in the national energy and climate plans. So our proposition was that the Commission should set a target of 50% of renewables by 2030, but the ambition was raised from 40 to 45%, which is a positive development, but we think it's not adequate. So the third one, which has also been something very new in the EU environment, and this is where we got support from the Greens in our consultations, is to develop at least one energy community per municipality across the EU. This has actually been reflected in the REPowerEU. It is part of the EU solar strategy. So by 2025, the Commission and the Member States will work together in order to establish one energy community per municipality, but the Commission made one small adjustment that this has to happen in municipalities above 10,000 inhabitants. The rest of the recommendations or demands, however you want to call them, are of course the dedicated funding for community energy in order to step up those ambitions. Of course, reducing energy demand and energy efficiency first principle. And of course, we have come across with tremendous price increase everywhere across Europe. The situation has been out of control. People, not only vulnerable ones, as it has been kind of the usual suspects, but everyone below, let's say, middle class income are having tremendous difficulties paying their bills at the moment. So we asked for an assessment of the current energy model in order to be able to understand the cost of energy that we're actually paying at the moment. Of course, other issues like windfall profits and how those should be redirected to vulnerables, energy communities, energy efficiency measures, and so on. The grid infrastructure, there are a lot of issues with the grid access, especially for energy communities, and of course other issues about the taxonomy, delegated acts, and so on, and the potential for community energy. There have been some assessments from the Joint Research Center in the past, and we want to have updated because we believe that there is an immense potential for community energy, and they can play a critical role in accelerating the just transition. So I'm wrapping up. When the General Secretary of the United Nations explains that we have a global financial system that is morally bankrupt, that it favors the rich and punishes the poor, and that we need a new architecture that can deliver for all, and close those gaps that are ever increasing at the moment between the financial and the real economy, then it means that we have a real problem. We have a real problem also with the climate crisis, which has been also part of the action areas of 2022 of the UN. We have also a big problem in wealth distribution and very unjust wealth distribution. According to the World Inequality Report 2022, the top 10% globally own 76% of the global wealth and 52% of the global income, while the bottom 50% owns only 2% of the global wealth and 8.5% of the total global income. This is a huge problem, and this is being reflected to, and I think we can all see it in our everyday lives. So basically, we have the 10 world's richest people at the moment doubling their fortunes after especially the pandemic, while the rest of the incomes of 99% of humanity are getting worse and worse. At the same time, climate crisis is deepening and accelerating. We have new records being recorded every week, basically. We have a new record recorded the week before, May 29 until June 4th, 2022. This is a new all-time weekly high. And I'm finishing. We are living in a very difficult times. We must remain optimistic, but we need to be accurate about what we are actually facing. We are facing multiple interlinked crises that have the same structural root. So we have the climate crisis, inequalities rising, people are fleeing from war zones, people are fleeing because they cannot live, they cannot sustain themselves, people cannot pay their bills. We have a financial crisis every here and then, very high inflation, people are losing basically their incomes. We have, and it's probably going to get worse, shortage of food and supplies, problems with supply chains, human rights issues. So inequalities constantly rising. Here you can also see in this graph that the richest 10% again is responsible for almost 50% of the global emissions, while the poorest 50% is responsible for only 10% of the emissions. So when we talk about a just transition, we must always have that into account in order to move all together in this direction, and because this should not lead to climate barbarism, this should mean a better future for everyone when we are in this course. So energy crisis at the moment is a very big threat for middle class and below. So everyone is affected. Everyone is affected from the climate crisis, but the poorest one more disproportionately. So we strongly believe that it is now time to unleash this immense potential of community energy in order to accelerate the energy transition through citizens and municipality participation that results in a just and fair transition that leads to increased local acceptance for renewables, wider benefit allocation, solidarity that leads to system transformation, and we should always prioritize the most vulnerable ones. We must protect the most vulnerable ones, because tomorrow, if we don't do it, we will be the most vulnerable ones and we will be totally left out. And we must also step up the political pressure of the wider energy democracy movement, and I would say the movement of the people who ask for change, and especially of young people taking the streets. And we need also solidarity between generations in order to make it happen. So I'm finishing with the thing that we need climate and social justice, exactly as I started. And for this reason, we must work. We are all together in this, and we must work and cooperate all together in order to make this happen. Thank you very much, and looking forward for the rest of the discussion.
Thank you, Dimitris, for this very inspiring talk. And I think now we have enough time for I think at least half an hour, like 20-25 minutes for the questions and answers. And maybe we can start. I was open. Okay, so let me just repeat for Lisa. So we have just I think 20-25 minutes for the discussion, for the questions and answers. And I would like to start with the questions from the room, but in the meantime, encourage our online participants to put the questions on the chat so that we have this mechanism. I will also get the questions from my Gmail and then give room for questions coming online. And I also have my own questions. I will find some space to also ask if possible. Okay, so Ahmet, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Dimitri, for these nice presentations. I have a question both to Lisa and Dimitri. Like the COVID-19 pandemic and then the Ukraine-Russia war actually increased the cost of living enormously, both in Turkey and I think worldwide. And it also shows that how fragile the system we have created. The energy system, the health system, the food system, the trade system were so fragile, and after all these pressures, it actually destroyed the lives of many ordinary people worldwide, which also shows the urgency of transformation. My question to Lisa: do you observe such a change in attitude among the ordinary German people? Do they see the same? Do they feel the same? And how do you see the future in terms of voting behavior, in terms of, and maybe additional question to Dimitri, like the energy prices increasing enormously. So do you see an increase in ambition for kind of creating energy communities? Do you observe such a tendency? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So I will give the floor first to Lisa and then to Dimitri.
Thank you. So I hope I got your question right. So from what I understood, you said that you asked if the fossil inflation brings a greater urgency to people to fight for transformation towards climate neutrality. So that's what I understood. If it's wrong, you just have to correct me. Actually, I think the key point is if people see that fossil fuels are responsible for higher prices. So a lot of people, or for example here, conservative parties in Germany, they don't give this clarification. So people have the impression, I don't know, because the Greens are in government, we just want to raise the energy prices because we want to, or maybe even renewables, they are responsible for high prices. So our key point is to give this explanation that it's the fossil fuels that brought us into this situation, and to fight for subsidies or for support which really is a help for a path towards climate neutrality. So for example, to give cheaper prices for public transformation to people at the moment, and not to make to make it cheaper to drive with cars and so on, because this would hinder the transformation. I mean, this is also a struggle we have in the coalition. It's very difficult. Also, because a lot of people, they can transform in this situation, in this moment. They have their routines. So, for example, they drive to work by car, and they cannot change it the other day. So, to put it in a nutshell, that's really our challenge, to not lose our side towards the transformation, and to support those who are really in need and don't have money at the moment because of the inflation, and they just need our social support. So it's two things, the climate neutrality path, but also it's social security politics we have to do at the moment, and to explain it to people why we are doing what. So this is a huge challenge, and I really think that we have to, that this discussion is not yet over. I have a lot of discussion with citizens about this, and I think it depends if we can reach them with our communication. It's not, so to answer your question, I think it's not yet decided if people see the urgency now because of the higher prices for fossil fuels.
Thank you. Lisa.
Thank you. Thank you also for the question. Yeah, obviously it is exactly as Ms. Lisa explained. So basically, right now, the problem with the prices is a fossil fuel price crisis. So renewables are cheaper, much cheaper at the moment, and so when we discuss about who to blame, let's say, about those prices at the moment, for sure it's not renewables, and for sure it's nothing related with energy efficiency measures. But one thing we have to understand at the moment, how the market, let's say, operates at the moment across the European Union. And I can imagine elsewhere. Imagine that you are going to a supermarket and you are buying chewing gums, you are buying water, you are buying tea, and you are also buying a champagne. You go to the cashier, and then you end up paying each of this in the price of the champagne. This is how, basically, the market in the stock exchange operates. This is the merit order effect. So basically, at the moment, and this is why we asked for an assessment from either the Acer or from the European Commission, we do not see the actual cost. The renewables, at the moment, no one knows that they enter the system at zero prices because they are remunerated through the internal, let's say, subsidies. So at the moment, the more renewables that we insert to the system, the lower the price will be. But there is one more thing. There are also issues that are related with speculation, because if the main question is, do we actually have a shortage of fuel at the moment? Some people say that there is, some other people they say that we don't. So there is a speculation that drives prices up in the stock exchange. And this stock exchange then gets internalized in the national markets. And this is what drives the prices up. And of course, the strategy that most of the national member states have followed so far with fossil gas, with gas. So there has been a tremendous reliance on gas at the moment. And when we reached the crisis, this issue about sovereignty, the bet was, I would say, lost. So for me, one thing that is very important at the moment is that we don't need to invest REPowerEU money at the moment in order to support, let's say, 13 LNG facilities across the EU for the next years, but we need to move very, very fast for energy efficiency to lower the demand. Cleanest energy is the one that we never produced. And we should also move very quick to renewables. And the only way to do it is to engage with people and local communities. So in order for the climate agenda not to get lost in the way due to the situation as is, I would say that we all need to be aware of the situation, and we need to push for solutions that are not false. So that would be my comment on that.
Thank you, Dimitris. So I think we have, yes. And then I also have seen your hand raised.
First of all, thank you, all of you. Your presentations are very enlightening for me. And I would like to ask Dimitri one question. And how can we overcome some problems about to use green energy, or to change our minds about some barriers, some cultural barriers and political barriers, as all people, because as we know, green problems, environmental problems are borderless, but we are a unique planet Earth, and that problems are interested in for all of us. But we know there are so many different barriers, and we have to overcome all barriers. And what is your suggestion for us? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for this question. Basically, this is how to do it. I don't have a recipe, but I can share my experience from the energy community that I'm involved into. So that's exactly what you mentioned is what we do. So we discuss with our neighbors, we discuss with our peers that live in close proximity or not so close about different things. How can we mobilize ourselves? It's not easy, but when you actually do it, it's very rewarding. Now, for instance, for us it has been very clear that if we have photovoltaics, for instance, instead of getting from our provider, our electricity would be much cheaper. So when we do that, people know it, it is being advertised, and then more people want to join this. And especially during those times of energy crisis that people search for new solutions and to understand what is actually going on, I think that organizing ourselves with friends, people that we trust, people that we know, people that we never talked to. I have been engaged with people that I never thought that I would be in the same, let's say, table, but we discuss because we have common problems. So discussion, exchange, and we need to be open to creative ideas, new ideas, and so on. But in order to do that, you also need to have a framework. So this is also something that we need to push our governments to do. So the governments should provide the tools for us in order for us to enter and actually do it. So the first thing would be to ask for a framework. And we have many examples in many countries. in Europe, in the US, about different examples, how we can actually do it. So those can be discussed, those can be explained, and governments should be the ones also, opening, let's say, the floor so that people can actually participate in this. So I would say, and it is also a very good opportunity, although I don't like the word opportunity in our times, but it is a good momentum in order to move with solutions for renewables. Just to say, the first argument would be you save money. The second would be that you do that, you help, you do something about climate crisis, for instance. The third is that you discuss with others about social issues that bother you. You can find common solutions. So energy communities are not only a vehicle in order to install a photovoltaic, it is also a space for people to reflect, to discuss, exchange, and move ahead under a democratic framework. So that would be some first steps, I would say.
Great, thank you. I am also checking the online chat, and we don't have questions yet, so I can, yes, please.
Hello, hi, good morning, everyone, and thanks to the speaker and to the organizers.
Can you just raise your voice?
Higher?
Yes.
Okay, so I was just thanking the organizers and the speakers for the moment. So, I have very quick question actually for Dimitri, because maybe I lost some details during the discussion. And you mentioned that in your letter to Vice President Timmermans, you wish for 50% of energy in Europe to come from renewables. When you talk about 50%, do you talk about energy generation or energy consumption? Because I think there's a bit of a difference. And as a follow-up question to these, what is your position on importing renewable energy? I know it's a little bit counterintuitive with the concept of energy community, but still I would like to hear your position on that. Thanks.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, 50% was in the final energy consumption, so not in the electricity sector and so on. And yeah, about importing renewables, I mean, if we manage to start producing locally as well first, then, I mean, obviously a common market, and, we do have this border exchange of energy anyhow with neighboring countries. All neighboring countries, they have these interconnections. But when you talk about importing, when you import energy, you know logistically that this part of energy is being produced from renewables. If you can actually, how to say, confirm that this could be 100% renewable energy, my question to you would be, why don't we produce it then? Why not producing it locally in order to cover the needs? If we cannot cover them for some reasons, then of course we might need to ask this question. But before that, I think it's important to also lower the demand. So we start from reducing our energy demand and consumption, and then we come in order to cover this with clean energy. So if we do those steps and then we cannot succeed in covering our energy demands for some reason, then this discussion could happen. But I think on a national scale, this is also more or less the case, because everything ends up in a pool, energy pool, and all the providers then take the energy from there. So you don't know exactly, you know the percentage, but you don't know what comes in your plug, for instance. I hope I covered.
I wanted to ask a question to Ms. Lisa Badou. I mean, as far as I have read, the draft legislation for the emissions trading system reform have been rejected in the plenary in the European Parliament. And the Social Democrats and the Greens have voted against it because of some of the revisions that have been made. I mean, do you think that this is cause for optimism or pessimism for the future? Do you think that there will be sort of a consensus emerging on this issue in the near term, or what are your expectations regarding the process of emissions trading system and also, of course, the carbon border adjustment mechanism? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I don't know. Can I speak already?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Great. Thank you for the question. I think it's basically the proposal that was made for the emission trading scheme by Peter Liese, who's the responsible person or the leading responsible person for this initiative, was too soft, and it was not enough to reach our climate goals. So personally, I think it was good for of the Social Democrats and the Greens to reject it, because it's such a big step for our industry and for the energy system, how the emission trading scheme will be. So my hope is that those parties will. I know that they are discussing at the moment, so obviously they are trying to fix this these days, that Peter Liese is correcting his proposal towards a more ambitious path, because I think the Commission already made a proposal which he could make more ambitious, and he softened the proposal of the Commission. And personally, I don't think that the industry, that they can decarbonize if we cannot really transform the emission trading scheme, because so far they get the free certificates and they don't have any, how can I say, there's no pressure for them to be innovative and to not use, for example, fossil gas, but green gases, and to decarbonize their energy supply. So I think it's a key point, and I'm optimistic that the emission trading scheme will be closed or released in the end in a better version than it was brought in the plenary 2 days ago.
Now I think, yes. Okay, so my question is to you, Lisa, and sorry for the interruption. So I would like to ask, just because you are in the political circles, is it an advantage to have the discussion on sustainability transition a bit reduced to energy transition, just energy transition? And can you hear me? Yes, okay. So, like, I was wondering whether it's an advantage to have the energy transition dominating the scene in the discussions. And it's as if we have the decarbonization, then everything will be solved. And I'm just asking this because I'm also a bit worried that this agenda can more easily be co-opted. So I'm asking from a political circle point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. A very interesting question. I mean, as a climate politician, of course, I think that our climate goals have to put in front, because as Dimitri also said before, we are in front of a climate crisis and collapse, and to destroy ourselves as humans if we don't, if we cannot stop the climate crisis. So yes, for me, it's the most important point. But I think good climate protection, good transformation goes hand in hand with social security, with the fighting of energy poverty. So otherwise, we cannot take people with us. Otherwise, the workers who are at the moment in the industry, in those industry which will be transformed in the future, they will not follow us. So it's very important to have good and safe jobs for, let's say, majority of people. Of course, we cannot take everyone on board. I think we just don't have the time, but I think the majority of people should be with us, and we can combine the both elements. So just to tell you one example, the carbon pricing was a big discussion because obviously richer people can afford a higher carbon price. So it's kind of, there's social injustice in there. But on the other hand, we need a price signal. We need to make, carbon has to be more expensive than renewables. So we have this solution that we want to to take the carbon pricing and then the revenues that we give them back to all the citizens. So the state will not take part of this revenue and put it somewhere, nobody knows it where, but to put it back to people. So especially those with a lower income, that they have more money at the end of the day. So I think this should be the path as social security is concerned. So maybe you also were thinking of biodiversity. So I don't know which aspects of sustainability you were talking about. That's also very important. So, for example, we have this discussion about wind energy and biodiversity in Germany. We may not be the only country. So it's really important to give this discussion a good direction and to have more, let's say, physical climate protection, that we save forests, that we have more regions which are untouched. And also we need more regions for the production of renewable energies, but we don't have to take the most, for example, a forest with the best quality to put a wind plant in it. So I think we can combine it, because in the end, as you know, all biodiversity, plants and animals. So everything will go down if we cannot control the climate crisis. But at the moment, there may be some discussions, and you have to try to find a way to combine it. I will not say that it's easy, but the first step is, and this is my last point, that those associations which are dealing with renewable energies, they are working together with the nature associations and biodiversity, and they find a common path. So that's crucial, and otherwise we cannot do it, but it can be a struggle.
Thank you so much, and thanks also for all the efforts and energy you put in this struggle. So there is an online question for Dimitris. So the question is, I think keeping the context of the discussion only within the borders of Europe creates an invisibility for particularly vulnerable groups and countries. Many fossil fuel companies began to withdraw from Russia because of war, but also these companies are currently continuing their fossil energy work in other countries. So how can we talk about an inclusive transformation, fair approach, or next step at this point? And I would like to also add a bit on this, maybe not on this, or like a parallel, in relation to the vocabulary you use while talking on energy. So you refer to efficiency, energy poverty, and sometimes also the discussion around energy security, sovereignty, all is there. My question is, don't you prefer also to refer more to the idea of the energy sufficiency when the idea is to have the demand control? And then also, you have been referring to this idea of local communities, not seen only as implementing projects. To what extent do you see in current policies you have communities really forming the agenda or discussing the way they see energy vision and like the idea of energy sufficiency, etc. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. It's not an easy to answer. For the first one, I just need to say that I only refer to the Europe because I work in Friends of the Earth Europe. So we have an international approach, of course, when we examine things. And obviously, yeah, if one part of the world does not, let's say, ideally pollute, and the rest of the world does, then it's not really, we cannot really succeed in anything that relates to climate diplomacy, climate struggle, and so on. Yeah, if we want to deal with climate crisis, energy crisis, and so on, we need to have a global perspective. So we cannot obviously, limit that to specific parts of the world. And obviously, there are parts of the world that have been heavily exploited in the past, and they are in worse fate at the moment compared to, for instance, European countries. Now, as for the sufficiency and so on, first of all, community energy can also play a role in security, for energy security. And this is part of the REPowerEU briefing, the recommendations that we have said. So basically, we are safeguarding with this proposal, one energy community, let's say, per municipality, we can safeguard the local, let's say, security of the people having access to energy. For instance, if they, and I will give a real example. In our energy community, we are also providing free electricity to vulnerable people. So people that cannot pay, let's say, their electricity bill, and they will be left in the dark without the ability to warm or anything, our energy community is providing free electricity for them, and this is part of the discussion between the members, and this is a decision, a strategic decision that we are also taking. So energy communities have also this social element very central to their, let's say, operation. But about the sufficiency, if we should go local, if we should go national, if we should go on the European or global, I mean, we have to do everything. That would be my answer. We need to work a lot on the local level. We need to work on the national levels. We need to cooperate with each other. We need to work on the European level. Europe needs to work with the rest of the continents because we need everyone to be on board in this discussion. And we're not talking about some privileged people who are yawning because they cannot pay right now their bills. We're talking about the trend at the moment that more and more people will be left out either in the dark or not being able to pay their rent or not being able to warm their house adequately, which is already the case for millions of people. So this is the reason that we think that community energy can have a critical part can be critical part of the solution.
Thank you so much. I think now it's time to close the session. Thanks for both speakers and for their very engaged discussion, and also I think for the for the audience. And so we have like a 15 minutes break, 20 minutes break. Yanıyor, ben
Of me. So the first speaker will be Eray Yücel. And let me give you brief information about Eray Yücel. He completed his doctorate undergraduate education in the field of industrial engineering and his doctoral education in the field of economics at Bilkent University. After working as an economist at the Central Bank of Republic of Turkey, he worked as a part-time and full-time lecturer at various universities. He has been working as a lecturer at Bilkent University since 2017 and has been contributing to Sefia as a researcher since 2020. And Eray Yücel will make a presentation about the resistance in current situation of just transition process, measurement and planning perspective. The floor is yours. You have 25 minutes, and after the presentations, we will have the Q&A session. Yes, we all can hear you. I'm not going to use any presentation. I hope you're not going to be bored. I would like to have an interactive session, actually. So once I receive this invitation, I try to structure a presentation. I would like to thank Green Thought Association and Heinrich Böll Foundation. It's a really good opportunity for me to be here. So we call it global warming in the past, but now we call it the climate change, and it's an inevitable reality in our life, and we have many other problems in the humanitarian aspects and the human rights, and this is another problem. When I was in the secondary school, I actually won a book by Jonathan Forrett and with the preface of Patrick Kelly. It is called the Green Book. And I actually got some idea about the book at that time, but not that much. So after years, actually, I again have a look at that book, and it actually was a really important book. It was in 1988, actually, that I first read that book. It was already 40 years ago, many years ago, actually. I couldn't make the precise calculation. I am quite bad at maths. So 34. Correction, 34. So I'm losing my calculation skills. And so in that book, actually, there were some kind of radical content, and the scope was quite interesting. Not only the green topics or the environmental topics or the heating, but also the patriarchal values and its domination within the society, the interactions within the people, and how we shape the democracy, actually. So today we have some sub-theme. We have another sub-theme discussion today. So Al Gore's Global Balance book was also not a bad one, but it was a bit emotional. It actually starts with the impact of the warming, and I was in the university, and it was like a wow book for me. But please don't condemn me because of my reference. And Sir David Attenborough had another actually book, and I read that book. It's a really nice book. I don't know why, but the people who are already double of my age tell something, and I like reading those facts, and the figures must be reliable. I believe in David Sir Attenborough, but in the meantime, we are quite lucky that we have many lecturers in this hall, and we have many topics for research. Actually, we have a global perspective, we have a national perspective, and we have new research area. This is the topic of my presentation as well. SEFIA is actually sustainable economy and financial research, and I am also a member, and they have embraced the definition of the just transition. I'm not going to read this definition to you. You already know what it is. But the main focus actually is on the transition. The transition is a must. It is inevitable. And in the meantime, there will be a cost in the asymmetric environment and medium, especially for it will be against the working groups and those problems deriving from the transition needs to be prevented, which is vital. So just transition has this important focal point in front of us. And we talk about the social justice, climate justice, and the just transition. And Özanci is also a member to SEFIA. We work together. We have a triangle, actually. And today we will discuss the third pillar of this triangle. And what we try to do is mainly related to the environmental NGOs and the authorities in environment and social aspects. And for a knowledge-based advocacy, we try to produce some information and data. We try to conduct valuable research, and we also try to encourage people to do more research, actually. And in this respect, increasing popularity playing an important role, because when it comes to the popularity, it means that the more you have saying in the social media, and if it attracts more attention on the social media, it becomes more popular. But there is a risk, actually. If something is so much popular, it may get cheaper. So in order to prevent this happen, you should think that it's like a marathon running, actually. Not a sprint running, but a spirit of marathon should be embraced so that you will not get bored throughout your journey. And it requires a holistic approach. And from an economic point of view, this just transition period can be considered as a public asset because the transition will affect everyone. It's like the sunlight, but everybody will pay a different price. It can be a direct or indirect price. It doesn't necessarily be a financial price. We may lose our job, we may lose our family, we may not be able to provide a livelihood, we cannot continue our education, we may have the women's poverty, we may have the energy poverty. Those are the costs and the prices that we are all going to pay somehow, actually. Or the public assets has some the externalities, actually, and the transition itself can be the external issue. Maybe we need to make a modeling, actually. So those are a couple of questions on our minds. So in Stockholm in 1970, 1972, there was the first environmental conference. And in that conference, the people talk about the interaction and the solidarity in terms of environmental issues. And we are still following their traces, actually. And in this hall, we have many researchers, and it is really good to be together. And we also talk about the resistance of the just transition. So I am not actually talking about this robustness, to become robust, actually, not the resistance itself only. And to be robust, it requires a scientific methodology, it requires a measurement, and it requires a planning. And when we look at the current definition, it might be misleading, because when we say current or the current, there is an economic growth which is financed, but we don't know how it is financed. We have youth unemployment, we have increasing unhappiness among the society. These are the current situation, actually, in our lives. But why this is misleading? It is like the chain of temporary things, because the current will pass and we will face the realities. We will first solve the problems of the hungry people, we will solve the problems of poverty, and then we will go back to the environmental issues. But the current things are not only the current things, actually, that's the crystallized version of the past. So every mistake that we did in the past will come in front of us in the future, and even now, the policy mistakes that we did actually will be the realities that we are going to face. And so I have a picture on social media, and you will see me with a cat, and when you click on that photo, you can download one of my research, and this research is really interesting. It is really related with my presentation today. It is not directly the green topic, but it's about the perception, actually. When we talk about the design of the economics policy, I try to explain what type of a policy of this economics. So we have a characterization, actually, here. The policy of economy has an objective and aims, and it actually happens in a certain period of time, and it is ideologic. You can agree with it or not agree with it. Both of them are ideologic. It is scientific, it is technical, it can be measurable, and it is conscious, and we hope that it is conscious. Sometimes it is unconscious, but most importantly, it has a history, and it is path dependent, actually. So the current is not actually defined as the current. The current actually covers the mistakes of the past as well. And it accumulates the mistakes from the past. And this is what's consisting of the current situation right now. That's why the current concept of current is a bit bad reference point, actually, for this presentation, because the climate policies needs to be robust in this respect. And the being historical or path dependent is not something that we can neglect. And this is the basis, actually. We have memories. We all have memories. And that's why, as a result of this, we are not in the place where we are right now. But that's not a spiritual message, actually. This is a bit more institutional or social anthropological message that I want to deliver here. And we have the current situation in the all around the globe. We have the current situation in Turkey. We have in many geographies, actually, or in the markets, we have the distortion. We have the distortion of the market all around the world. So most of the markets are actually have been distorted from the regular rules of the market, and this includes the automotive sector, also the real estate agents, and the food sector as well. And during this time, over the course of time, this actually may distort the market, and it actually creates an uncertainty in the market. So this is also another aspect of our current situation. So how can we overcome that? For an economist, actually, you may call it the share, or you may call it distribution activities. And if normally if you share it or if you divide it, it doesn't include a natural balance, actually, because especially in the 200 years, this division and the distribution has many historical problems, actually, and it's the problems of the class, and there are some other social aspects as well. And let's call it actually the allocation. The allocation has certain pillars, actually: the efficiency, effectiveness, and also equity. It is not equality, but it's equity. The English actually has a very rich adjectives. And finally, sustainability. Those are the main pillars of the allocation. In order actually designing a policy covering all those pillars is not that much possible, actually. It is beyond the skills of the people. And also, secondly, we have limited capacity with the current institutions. And let's continue. There are different approaches. Let's go back to climate. We have romantic approaches, epic approaches, satirical approaches, pastoral approaches. Those are actually from the art area. Sometimes we have mystic or karmic approaches. We did this to the planet, and that's why this is how it replied back to us. It can be spiritual, it can be realistic. It actually gives us another trick, and we also can discuss the rationality, but in the theory of this economy, this rationality is another problem. And democratic. Those are different approaches, and all those approaches are problematic approaches, and the popularization is another approach, actually. So in our situation, we should actually put a distance away from those adjectives, and we need to be prepared for that area. So I try to design actually my position right now. It will take 3 minutes, but I will also explain my perspective of advocacy. Very recently, TEPAF conducted a questionnaire, and it revealed the fact that there is no actual situation for getting prepared, actually. And in 8th of February, there was a meeting with the associations and the unions, and this meeting conclusions revealed that especially the labor market is prepared somehow to the current situation, which is positive. But there is another issue. If we are talking about the equity here, where is our threshold, actually? Maybe we can think like that. When we talk about equity, we have horizontal and vertical equity definitions. So once we have the transition, we would not actually destroy the previous order, but in Sevilla, we support the idea that in the transition period, due to the climate change, some of the social security provisions which cannot be provided in the past can be provided right now. I don't like this definition. Maybe having this concept in a more synergetic way can be better. We actually not only talk about just transition due to climate change, but some other solutions can be offered during this just transition. But what are the research topics for that? First of all, in the beginning of this year, we published a research, actually. It's an input and output analysis. And the main topic of this analysis was that, let me give you a brief introduction, and let's put a check in our checklist. In the decarbonization, In Turkey, we studied the sectoral impact of the decarbonization in different aspects of the society in the last decade. And we conducted an analysis, what are the coefficients in different sectors, and we also make a comparison among the sectors to describe the sectors actually in terms of figures. But there are another problem here. Actually, we have to consider the time actually issue, because we have different multipliers in the equation, and the time is really important. We should discuss the time and the space as well. So in time and space, we have very general and symmetrical impacts of the transition. We can discuss those impacts of transition in individual articles, but there is a challenge here. There are impacts changing over the time, and we have many methodological bases for that, for the economists, for research, but also we have a shift in the space as well, because what we call sector, there will be some sectors which will be closed in the future, some of them will be decarbonized, and they will be transformed into a different sector. So the economists should also study the impact of this transition on these over-changing sectors as well. And we have to better understand its economic geography, and we have to better understand it in terms of figures. It's like measuring the happiness, and the European Commission actually is trying to provide this statistical data with the counter panels for many years. And we also have some off-the-record studies about it, but we have to be precise actually how many people are affected in which regions and how many regions we have like this. We have to conduct certain analysis actually. And we also can have an agenda regarding the macroeconomic model, so we are planning about it. And thanks to the revenue and the balance sheet provisions, we can also make some calculations by each sector, so we can better understand. So it is not actually a single discipline we are talking about. It's a multidisciplinary study field, including the economists and the other experts as well. And the clusters and the balance analysis, planning episodes, those have to be taken into consideration. So how can we do this actually? This is not a sepia advertisement, but it's a kind of call for the society. So there is a process, and the door is open for all. We need to be transparent, we need to make cooperation and show solidarity actually. There are a couple of research topics which are prioritized in the sector, and there is no need to hustle down actually to decide which one is going to conduct this research. So there are many partners in the field, and we can do this research all together, because the way before understanding each other during the meetings, we should understand each other in the academic environment as well. So we need an research program for all. And from this perspective, we need to establish a program which is free, which is accessible, which is objective oriented. We should have a very good research agenda for people, and every theoretical framework should include their own statistical framework as well. And from this perspective, we should make a call to the academicians, to the researchers, and also to the statistical workers, actually, those who collect statistical data. So this data about the environment and the climate change should be collected by the statisticians as well. And finally, I would like to say that this reform fatigue actually is another issue, especially we face this situation in Turkey. If you want to change something, you will face a reform fatigue. You want to do it quickly, you want to be fast, you want to see the outcome as soon as possible, but in the way of this journey, you will have this reform fatigue. This is actually a trap for all of us, and then we ignore the main agenda. So in this situation, in this just transition, we shouldn't have any reform fatigue actually. That's our main discussion in Sefia. And the young population should be more interested in those topics, and we should have more academic research actually, especially in Turkey on the local population. We should create a team, actually main team, and we should also establish a research library, and we have one project about it, but we are open for collaboration. And we actually try to do our best little by little, and we believe that we can solve this problem by showing efforts in collaboration. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope I didn't exceed my time. Thank you so much for giving me the floor.
Thank you. Now we can receive the questions. Anybody who would like to ask questions, you take the floor. Because women have the priority. They're the first ones to take the floor. Thank you again. Concerning just transition, it sounds as if it is a luxury to talk about these. The coal phase out was very difficult to put the agenda of Turkey, but now we have started to talk about it. If this is not taking place, then a real climate mitigation cannot take place and carbon neutral policies cannot take place. But then, if it's not just, if it's left on its own, what kind of unjust consequences it might have, not only in energy-related sectors, but in all other sectors? We see that this justness is the most important thing. But as you said, Turkey's agenda is always oscillating, fluctuating. Maybe these will be reflected in the future. Inflation, unemployment, etc. They will also be existing in the future. But even when we have these problems, our real agenda, the survival agenda, how to handle it together with just transition, to push the politicians, and also in our daily lives, not as researchers per se, but this is something that keeps us demoralized, that keeps us disappointed, pessimistic. Maybe you might have something to say, or Sefia might have something to say. I can actually speculate about it, but actually I wouldn't like to give names of the institutions because I don't want to blame them directly, if you will. But you know, the ministry involved is Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. The second name is problematic. I do not want to have a very classical attitude concerning it, but remember, it used to be Ministry of European Union. We used to have such a ministry. But then climate change used to be a, well, if it becomes a general directorate in some other, under some other ministry, then it's like we have lost it. But then, you know, as a researcher, I was just looking at you to get confirmed psychologically. There's something called horizontal intersectionality. Of course, the civil society is to be in the forefront, to let this be shareable and live. The civil society needs to be engaged. But as far as I know, maybe keeping Germany aside, but the continental culture, or as a reflection of the continental culture, civil society is like an ornamental thing to us rather than a direct participant, as if they're talking about auxiliary stuff. I have always had this feeling. The fact that the civil society, especially the climate and environment NGOs, need to sit down at the table as the problem solvers. But, well, I do not know the next steps. Maybe that will be too much of speculation. But the first thing I think is that we need to develop their ability to sit at the table. So it requires a relatively modest political scene, as well as a more constructive approach from the side of the civil society. At least, even if you don't shake hands, you should have understood one another. It seems that our culture is kind of away from this, but I guess this is the situation. Thank you very much for your presentation. You were talking about reform exhaustion. Nice term. I think there's a big gap in Turkey between theory and practice. Since 2019, all the wetlands are suffering, in my projects at least. Theoretically, I researched, and theoretically, I came up with templates. And there are many amendments in the legislations, but they never changed. And the situation is always going for worse in the practice, especially when I go to the field, visit villages, lakes, wetlands, rivers. I see that I enter a very different world from my theoretical knowledge. Maybe this is due to the gap between theory and practice. Let me give you some specific examples, but actually they're not very specific. They're something that everybody runs into. Maybe here we are kind of people that are trying to know more about environment. We're enlightening one another. But the larger society are farther away from these discussions. This is what I saw when I went in the field. Let me give you some concrete examples. For instance, the lake area has totally dried, and so there has been a millennia-old lake basin, and there has been fluxes of migration there, bird migration, but then these dried areas have green water now. The water has greened, but whenever I talk to the local people there, almost everybody is not complaining about the environmental pollution situation, but more like hunters coming from other villages. This was the biggest problem they referred to, hunters. Or they were saying, let's say there's the lake dried, there's no fishing, but at least let's have a factory here, and our young people should work in a factory. But then actually the reason for the pollution for many wetlands is the factories themselves. But then they say that God protect them, we can find employment thanks to the factories, but actually there needs to be an economic source for these persons. But then these persons are so desperate that they want the factories. For instance, Büyük Menderes Basin, there are geothermal electricity plants here. Wastewater directly poured into the rivers. This is something happening in front of our eyes. And in my documentary, when I was referring to this, I couldn't find anything to blame anybody. Because if I give the name of a factory, actually the factory is abiding by the legislation one by one. I cannot blame anybody. I talk to the local people, and the local people do not seem to complain much about it. They say, if only this didn't take place. but then they keep putting their domestic waste to the basin. They say the water takes it away. So actually, these are some examples that are not that specific. Actually, this is what the larger society thinks about, and nobody's complaining about what is going on. Therefore, this reform exhaustion is due to this gap between theory and practice in the bigger masses in Turkey, this understanding, this difference of mentality. At least maybe we shall level them. So what to do? Because when I conduct my project, for instance, there were questions to my documentary team from everywhere. Why are you making a documentary here? Was a question. Why are you being supported by international funds? So these were the blames directed to us. It is as if trying to tackle environmental problems is like you have a bad will. It is because of this discrepancy. Actually, the people are also suffering from pollution there. But there seems to be a misunderstanding between the two sides. Your examples are very nice. Instead of giving a direct answer, I would like to refer to two things. One, Ulus Baker, deceased Ulus Baker, had a very nice discussion. He also had YouTube videos. He was a great person. The construction of societal consent. And secondly, the formation of political power and its regeneration, reproduction of itself is at stake. For instance, the Bolsheviks are coming, they were saying, like the villagers are cutting their chicken and eating them, even when they don't need it, because they do not want the Bolsheviks to take it. But I'm reminded of this. So it is something that actually exceeds me. I can only understand in a general intellectual framework. But there's this thing. In Turkey, for many things, people say the salt is stinking, they say. So actually, where the salt stinks, the number of questions to be asked are diminishing because I might be in trouble if I ask too many questions, you know? If no other questions, I don't see any questions on the internet, so we can switch to the second speaker, Aslı Esen. So she will be talking about green transformation. Esen received a bachelor degree in economics from Middle East Technical University and a master's degree in international economics and politics from Warwick University. She left her doctoral studies in the field of international relations at McMaster University during her thesis phase. She began her career as an assistant reporter for the Reuters news agency. After research and teaching positions in universities, she worked as a policy analyst within the Turkish Economic Policy Research Foundation, TEPAV. Since 2011, Esen has been providing consultancy services in the fields of press, state and public relations, strategic communication, reputation management, corporate social responsibility, energy, and sustainability strategy. Hello. I will try to keep brief, but let's start with these reference to my past as a journalist, and I have done research. Yes, I'm coming from the enemy side. I started with the consultancy for Gazprom Export in 2011. It was press consultancy, and until very recently I was working in Türk Akım, which is a petrol pipe project. Well, so I can say that I'm trying to go back to where I was, clean the past. So I've been working in close cooperation with TEPAV as well as Political Analysis Lab, which used to be under TEPAV. So I'm giving consultancy to many projects. So most of us have TEPAV background. It's an interesting three of us here. Chidem is working in close cooperation with Tepa. We used to work in close cooperation. I have met Eray in my past. Therefore, we're coming from the politics side of it. So it was an interesting selection of speakers. When I was doing my PhD study, I was gathering together with my students, seeing that international relations students always saw us as status quo kind of persons. And we are on the status quo side in that sense. But where life brought me, I have a bit more realistic perspective. I know that you do not like this word, but I'm not going to try to sell you natural gas. Don't worry. So, I have a friend saying it's only the aliens not arriving in Turkey. So we are talking about so many crises: health, economy, crisis, inflation, global inflation, certain political crises, etc., and climate crisis. The one that hurts the most is, well, they are all interconnected, and somehow climate crisis is at the heart of this whole question. This climate anxiety is something that I feel on my own behalf and on behalf of my daughter. Maybe this is a bit because of this personal turning back to what I am. I do not want to tell you things that you already know, but let me give you some clues about the level of the crisis, since we all share this anxiety, right? So if you don't have it, I can convince you this crisis is a huge crisis, in the sense that when you look at, let me try to come back to my slides. When we look at the heart of the climate crisis, or what we assume to be at the heart of the crisis is, for instance, there's this global warming on the agenda more so than biodiversity, because it's really changing our lives directly through floods and forest fires, etc. But actually, we're still at the starting level. I guess we're all aware of it. The route that we are in, even if we take a U-turn, is not a good route. For instance, we're talking about limiting to 1.5 degrees centigrade. But for Turkey, the temperature rise is 0.64. So when we look at all the indicators, how it will look if it's 2.534 degrees centigrade, we need to have an idea how it will look like. Even 1.5 degrees centigrade will be very disruptive for us. As Eray said, we will feel the disruption right away. So we might be on our good days, so we need to do something about it. So we know that global warming is due to man-made or human activity. So I guess there's nobody that is doubting this in this group. But when we look at certain data, it becomes even more visible. This warming and this change in the temperature has such a course in the last 1.5 century. And when we see the course, we have a better idea. So it used to be 2 million tons at the beginning of the 20th century. But in 2020, it is 34.9 billion tons, sorry. And it used to be more in 2019. So actually, we were on the better side. But so we have done more than 35 billion tons of carbon emissions in 2019. So at the heart of the anxiety that I have is that, okay, carbon emissions, increasing temperature, forest fires. So there is a whole vicious circle here. And it is becoming more unmanageable, that we won't be able to control it. But who's the killer? Who's the murderer? I am the murderer. We are the murderers. Now, energy sector is responsible for more than 70% of carbon emissions by itself. And actually, this energy sector is waging a common course with the other sectors. For instance, when we're talking about industry, there's the energy constituent. So more than 70% comprises energy sector, as I said. So rather than just transition, I will be referring to some other things. But of course, they also have to do with just transition, but it is more technical question of how we can get out of here. So I would like to contribute from my own point of view to this question. So there are two things that we need to look at first. So how could an ideal just transition take place? So one definition is by United Nations. They say affordable, of course, in relation to just transition, reliable. Maybe we can look at this concept in further detail soon. Sustainable and modern. The reason why it says modern is that United Nations, different from EU, is looking at all the world. And at the moment, around 1 billion people cannot reach energy sources. They're burning grass, for instance, and we see it in the framework of sustainability. So there are such contradictions too. So when we look at EU definitions, it is affordable, secure, and sustainable, more so than reliable or modern. And there's another definition. Yes, there's this affordability problem, which is growing more and more. Therefore, it enters EU's radar. When we look at sustainability versus security, this seems in conflict with one another in our days. I will delve into detail concerning to what extent we can progress concerning renewables. So I have certain observations regarding this. So security, reliability. So the fact that we are holding this PowerPoint presentation or that we can heat our homes, all these are contradicting our need for sustainability because we are highly dependent on fossil fuels still. Now I will get into technical details, especially for electricity market. What is base load and peak load? Base load, maybe you can remember basal metabolism in biology courses. Even when you're sleeping as a human, you are consuming certain calories. So base load is even when there is nothing extreme, even when there's nothing demanding, base load is the kind of load to continue still. And peak load is, for instance, we are heating our homes in winters and using air conditioners in the summers. So these leaps are peak loads. Certain fuel types can meet certain needs and might not meet other needs. For instance, the realism side of it. Am I really extending my talk too much? Oh, because I have too much to go. And there's also fuel types that are controllable and uncontrollable. For instance, in electricity production, there are the questions of whether we can go on or cannot go on. It oscillates or does not oscillate, etc. Concerning efficiency, I would like to annotate here. So something very striking for me, we're talking about a very modern system in EU. So and only 2/3 of the energy supply can reach the end user. The others are loss, leakage, the system consuming its own electricity, etc. So even on a systemic basis, we're far away from efficiency. When you look at the gap between the energy that produce and we consume. When we look at the energy resources at hand, there's coal, as you know, our common enemy. It's a high carbon fuel, uncontrollable fuel. You cannot open and close. It has a base load. It is stable. But in the meantime, in terms of grid operators, it's very attractive because there's a stable base load provided here. What about natural gas? Less carbon, but still, it is controllable. You can increase and decrease whenever you like on the base load or on the peak load. Hydroelectricity, relatively carbon-free. I say relatively because life cycle assessment says that no energy source is totally carbon-free. So they all have an impact on the environment. So there's the dam type, you know, the dam time, like in Keban in Turkey. So this is a relatively controllable fuel. You can increase and decrease the energy on base load or peak load, depending on the need for electricity. River hydroelectric plants are less controllable, not responding to peak load, forming only part of base load, and it has many variables. Nuclear in the world, well, it is carbon-free. We don't have it, but it is uncontrollable. It's working in the base load similarly to coal, but it does not emit carbon. What about the sun? Carbon-free, but very uncontrollable. I'll be talking about it. It is very varying, many variables in it. Therefore, it is of no use in terms of baseload. Wind is similar to sun, but a bit better than the sun, the solar energy, but still it is relatively uncontrollable and has many variables. Therefore, especially in hydroelectricity, there's always precipitation regime, and this is where the alarm goes off. So in order to achieve supply-demand balance momentarily as a grid, depending on how much demand you have, there needs to be that much supply that you have to form. You are balancing it again and again and again as the grid operator. I'm not really envious for these persons. So this uncontrollability needs to be checked on the side of the renewables. So this could be coal, natural gas, or dam hydroelectric power plants, or we will have to come up with alternatives. And I will talk about what these alternatives could be. Now I'm trying to speed up because I have very few time and there's too much to tell. So electricity production from wind. So these are data from the electricity company. The blue one is last January, EPH company, and the orange is the wind. And sorry, July. So there's a huge oscillation in wind electricity production. So there needs to be a control, and it's even worse for solar energy. Why? Because look at the times that it goes down to zero, at least 8 times during the day. So this seasonality has a great impact on solar energy. So the oscillation in January and oscillation in July, look at the difference between the two. You have to balance it all the time if you're working in the electricity sector. That challenge is a huge challenge. So momentarily you have to balance it on a systemic level. It's very difficult when you cannot do it. I think it was in 2011, the whole system collapsed. Do you remember that? Like a domino effect, the system is closing itself. The poor engineer has to do it there momentarily. So let's say leave fossil fuels at once. So this is one of the demands from the NGOs, from the environmental NGOs, etc. Okay. The global energy needs are still covered by fossil fuels to the extent of 85%. So what is the alternative? This is the critical question. Can we really rely on renewable energy? Is the question. Well, European Union is doing the best when you look at the rest of the world. European Union has really progressed. Okay, fine. When it's about electricity production, the share of the renewable energy has increased to a considerable extent in the recent years. But to cover the primary energy needs, we do not see the same table. So, even in countries with zero fossil fuel, we see they still drive their cars, they still heat their homes. You cannot totally leave aside the fossil fuel. Therefore, they're still making use of fossil fuels. So those countries avoiding fossil fuels in the electricity productions that they are approaching zero, what have they replaced fossil fuels with? There's always another resource that they opt for. It's hydroelectricity in good examples, and it is either nuclear or biogas. For instance, Denmark example is very striking. I really believe in biogas. I'll be talking about it anyways. In Denmark, it is 30% of all of the natural gas consumption and 20% of all the electricity production. So this is very striking figures. Of course, it depends on the country, the geographical structures, etc. Of course, 3 examples out of 5 are all Scandinavian countries. So wind and solar energy really enter the scene, but there's still nuclear energy in these countries. And I have also put Germany. It's not one of the good examples, but actually, Germany is hosting us today here, and they're more similar to us. There is much dependency on natural gas, and there's more than 40% of fossil fuel share. So what do we understand from green transition in Turkey? So together with PAL, Political Analysis Lab, we are conducting a research where we are looking at the industrialized zones in Turkey and their financing needs in terms of green transition. These organized industrial zones, I was still thinking that energy is a boring thing, but actually it's very exciting. And actually, industrialized zones are very exciting areas because in Turkey, they have their own peculiar characteristic when you look at it in comparison with the rest of the world. There are not too many examples of this organized industrial zone structure that you find in Turkey. They're really unique in that way. Of course, they are constituting 40% of the whole industrial generation. And just like managing a company or managing an apartment block, thanks to these resources made into a pool and thanks to administrative capacity, they are very opt for a wholesome transition. So we will either talk about big companies like Coca-Cola, they have 10 factories for production, or actually organized industrial zones have very quick focal points in terms of green transition. And together with the ministry, World Bank had a $300 million of funds that can be reached now. So there's actually an interesting thing there. So we have met with the 20 leading zones, and they have the solar plants infrastructure in 6 of them. Some of them have this roof type panels, solar panels. They are giving incentives to their industrialists, or they are trying to psychologically let them, or try to let them reach financial sources. So there is a green transition agenda that has started in these zones, and the effect of the carbon border adjustment is inevitable. We are talking about something that is very ambitious. It's not because they're idealists, but they fear. Fear is good. But then there is this thing. So these 20 leading zones that have started with this just transition, when we ask these 20 zones about green agenda, they're always saying geothermal plants. There was only 2 zones that said geothermal won't solve. They also refer to biomass and steam highway. Actually, to open it to common use. It exists only in 1 zone. But then there's this 1,000 megawatts of geothermal power plant. They want to establish it, which means 35,000 decars, $1 billion. So what kind of calculation they do to arrive at these ambitious goals? Well, for such a variable resource, is it really smart to channel such finance? Because no matter what, if you build a geothermal plant, you need something to support you. If you do not do anything else, this could be storage, biomass plant, biogas plant, hydrogen plant, whatever. If you do not build something that will support it, then you need to go back to the same grid. You will get the electricity from the very same grid anyways. So I can say that the solar potential has increased a lot in Turkey in the last 1 year. 120% in the last year. Nice, but it's still very limited, less than 1%. But when we look at unlicensed individual solutions that have nothing to do with the grid, for instance, the solar panels of people on their roofs, this ratio is much higher. And our solar use for electricity is actually much higher. But then again, this wind, geothermal, and also hydroelectricity power plants versus fossil fuels. We need to overcome this versus. Okay, we need to look at other alternatives. As a country, we need to think more about these. That the civil society administration, public administration, and industrialists need to sit at a table and develop solutions, like, for instance, the universities as well as the Science and Technological Council of Turkey coming together. Otherwise, this blind fight is not something we can get out of. Same discussions, same conflicts, a bad end. So we're not doing well in that sense. When you look at the experts, they accept this intermittency problem and ask how to solve it. Some of them are looking for the answer in coal or natural gas or nuclear power or biogas, including the International Energy Agency, and there was this biomethane emphasis lately. But as a result, at the end of the day, there's this reality. I think renewables have been viable because of massive base of fossil fuel generation that supplies most of our electricity needs and also stands for intermittent wind and solar. This is an important statement. It's thanks to the fossil fuels that we could progress so easily. When you take out fossil fuels, the transition is actually going to be much more expensive if you totally eliminate fossil fuels. Professor Çiğdem Nas is also part of TEPAV, this Lansing. Mehmet Doğan actually used the term. It's a fuel whose carbon cycle has been formed. We need to look at such fuels. So it has different methods, but yes, renewable, yes, it will form the backbone of it. I am not rejecting the renewable energy resources, but concerning the question of how we can support, we need to be aware of possible problems. Electrolysis and green hydrogen, together with biogas and biomethane, to form synthetic methane. So through cogeneration, you can use it both in heating and electricity. Again, with green hydrogen, the carbon sequestered could be used for synthetic methane. You put it into the cycle again to join with hydrogen, etc. So these are among the options. And somehow, what I have observed, read, and assumed, and derived is it doesn't take place without methane. You cannot eliminate methane. I'm talking about natural gas, basically. It's not like we need to excavate all the way down. We can actually derive it from waste by joining hydrogen and carbon in the laboratory. So when we put it into the cycle, when we sequester carbon and join it with the hydrogen from renewable energy, we actually arrive at a self-feeding productive system. Let me not delve into these, but I can say lastly that, as you saw in July, there's overproduction and sub-production in January. So green hydrogen lets us store the solar energy, which is a better solution than batteries, because batteries are not that different from our cell phone batteries. It has its lifetime, it becomes old, 10 years later, they're not usable anymore. So we do not have that many mines to produce batteries. So we need to go to the power to X system, where excess power, excess electricity is transformed into something else, like hydrogen or synthetic methane, methanol, ammonia, etc. That can be stored, that can be transported, and when we actually transform it into another option by capturing carbon, etc., etc. Yes. Summary. When we're talking about energy, we're not only talking about electricity. Electricity is one picture of it, but there's heating, transport, industry, there are more than one use area. So when we talk only about renewables, we're only talking about electricity mostly. Therefore, we need to think more about how to solve other problems. Electrification of this whole system is not possible. One calculation says only in European Union, only the heating of houses, when we cover it through electricity, the demand for electricity increases 40%. Let's disseminate this to the other sectors and take out the electricity from fossil fuels. So when we calculate, I couldn't really calculate, but maybe that's why you might be engineers, we might have engineers around us. So how much renewable energy we need and the intermittency problem, take that into account. Mehmet Doğan also calculated recently for 1 megawatt base load, there needs to be 40 megawatt infrastructure and 40 megawatts of storage for 1 megawatts. This is not feasible, unfortunately. We need to look at other options. As I said, renewable is the backbone, but we really need to support what we call renewable energy. Methane, as I said, is inevitable of the picture, but then you need to excavate, extract it from the depths of the earth. Nuclear energy is very discussable, questionable, but is it going carbon free more important, or what to do with nuclear waste more important issue? Nuclear, unfortunately, seems to be feasible, if you ask me. Well, hydroelectricity, we need to really think about it. There are various methodologies here. So I guess concerning dams, river dams, we have come to an end. We cannot eliminate the fact that there are environmental impact there's a limit to it. Hydrogen, nice solution, but only an auxiliary actor, side actor. It is very difficult to transport hydrogen. So maybe transforming it into ammonia and transporting it might be an attractive solution. Can all cyclables good solutions? No. I was talking about biofuel. So maybe burning wood is sustainable, but no, you emit a lot of carbons and you're actually cutting a tree which takes 30 years to grow. So you need to think in details.
If we have a question, we can receive them. It was a quite provocative presentation. Thank you very much. I believe that presentation was a bit provocative. This baseload discussion is not new. We always discuss this issue, but when it comes to the baseload issue, it's always a problem for us. So what about the theory behind it? In the hydro plants are actually providing the demand of baseload. I don't know how it is calculated daily basis, but there will be an gradually increasing energy demand, and this ratio will be even more higher. Is this the assumption that we accept for the baseload, or can we say that we have the renewable energy plants and their numbers have been increased and the base load is now just lower than our need? So I'm a social scientist, that's why I couldn't understand this base load problem. I am not an engineer, but after spending some time in sector, I had some idea actually. Let me explain. Right now, our 35% of our energy demand is provided by coal. And last year it was a drought year, actually it was a dry year, and our hydroelectricity generation dropped from 30% to 20%. So we used natural gas to close the gap. And we are a rich country for hydroelectricity. And we have a strength in this respect, but our base load is coming from the coal. And if we have this fluctuation, then we use natural gas to unplug the gap. But this is not making sense to me. In the previous presentation, we talked about it. Normally, in the system, the renewable energy is considered as zero cost, and the renewable energy becomes a part of this base load. And on top of it, we have the coal. It can be the exported, important coal or lignite coal. And then on top of it, we add the hydroelectricity generation. And after that, we don't use hydroelectricity before coal. This is another discussion point actually. In order to have a balance between demand and supply, we actually use the natural gas because it is more easier. So this is how the system functions. But the renewable energy is not free of charge. and the price is identified, the price is set at the end of the process. So apart from the cost, we actually pay it in equality with the price of the natural gas. And in this base load issue, we have renewable energy, hydroelectricity. If you exclude the coal, it means that you will have 35% gap in the system. How can you close the gap? Yes, you can strengthen the base load, but still the gap is huge, 35%. And also, in order to control this fluctuation, what is needed? How can we plug the gap? And my idea is that maybe biofuels can be used, biomethane or biofuels, biogas. And biomethane, for example, can be generated from garbage. And Denmark is using it. Very recently, they started to use biomethane. And in Power EU, the biomethane was underlined specifically. And you can generate biomethane by using organic waste. And this can replace the organic fuel. This is a really huge advantage. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a couple of questions actually. My name is Ayla Alkan. Thank you very much for the presentation. The solar energy cannot be stored, and we cannot meet the demand instantly. So there are certain solutions to store solar energy. But apart from that, can we create a behavior change in the users? This is my first question. And secondly, in Turkey, if renewable energy is not sufficient enough, maybe a geographical solution can be possible depending on the characteristics of the regions. Do you have any such map? Because the centralization of energy can be possible. Is it possible to have such a mapping strategy? And my personal question is that, is it logical to install the solar panels individually, or shall we organize it on a local basis in each neighborhood, for example? So let me start from scratch. I forgot the first question. Okay, it was about the behavioral change. It is an important topic actually. It is a major topic. I live in Holland right now and I want to criticize you a bit. In Holland, we don't use air condition. Of course, the climate is not the same. But once we have the hot weather, we open the window and we try to learn with it, live with it. And during the winter, we have thermostats in every household. And you cannot actually make it hotter than 19 centigrade degrees. So when I come to Turkey during winter time, you live in 25 degree in winter, but in summertime you want to live in under 20 centigrade degree. It is difficult to understand this. So we can live under 20 centigrade degree. It doesn't, so we can live under 20 centigrade degree in winter as well. But yes, I agree with you. There should be a behavioral change. Efficiency is needed and we should use it wisely and correctly. That's right. But the solar energy is not the solution for that. It's not the same thing, I mean. Because solar energy is not available when we need it the most. For example, during the night time, we don't have solar energy. We need lightning in the evening, but we don't have solar energy at night. So it is zero during 8 hours. If the weather is bad, we don't have solar energy. During winter, we don't have sun and we don't have solar energy, but we need heating. So solar energy is a problematic source of energy. That's the reason. And engineers say that solar energy is not a true energy actually, because during a couple of hours a day you have the energy source, but for 8 hours at night it is zero. For your other questions, so we have the wind power plants, and we construct these wind power plants in the geographically suitable places with the lots of wind, for example. Of course, we have geographical solutions for that. Of course, there is still room for improvement. And when it comes to individual solutions or systemic solutions, we cannot actually exclude one another. They have to be a holistic approach. Individual solutions are important, and the systematic solutions are also important. So there has to be an interconnection among the system. It is a must actually. And so, of course, you can provide an energy source individually for a small area, but you have to feed larger areas depending on a good systematic approach. And infrastructure is needed. So, the individual and systematic infrastructures should feed each other actually. So, that's the same logic behind it. Okay, thank you very much. Is there another question? Ben sorumu İngilizce olarak
But you can reply in
soracağım.
Turkish because we have the online
Şu an
translation, although it comes a little bit later, so I've been living in the past for the last hour, but it's fine. So my question is, considering the national strategy of Turkey to basically reduce the dependence on external energy sources, so by increasing the domestic energy sources, and as you said, Turkey has huge coal reserves, which is not realistic, that will stay unexploited. In order to compensate these coal reserves, are they planning to use carbon capture, use and storage technologies, and what is the state of play for these technologies, and how much do they rely on natural carbon sinks? I mean, this is a little bit the context that I would like to clarify.
Okay, I'm not sure I got the question right. You're asking because Turkey wants to rely less on external energy, you know, import energy. Are they going to use their vast coal reserves and use carbon capture at the same time? Is that the question? Okay. Türkçe devam edeyim. Şimdi Türkiye'nin karbon
Actually, we don't have that much coal resources, and our coal actually is not efficient enough. But when it comes to fossil fuels, that's all we have, unfortunately. So in Turkey, we cannot generate our own natural gas. Maybe the gas found in Sakarya can be a solution to that in the future. But 99% of natural gas was important, and 95% of petroleum was important. We have only coal actually available. It is bad, it is scarce, but yes, they want to use this coal somehow. But most of the power plants are operating with imported coal. So it is not realistic that we use our domestic coal. No, we use imported coal most of the time. Yes, maybe the reason can be being independent to the external sources, but that doesn't reflect the reality very much. So environmentalist actually is quite against carbon capture methods. And I also agree with them to some extent, because you want to use the same fossil fuel, you don't want to change anything, but you try to find an excuse. But on the other hand, this can be a part of the realistic solution. I don't say that let's continue using the coal actually or any other fossil fuel. We can either use the biomethane or some other fuels, but they will have the carbon emission somehow, and the carbon capture methods should be used in order to decrease it. Okay, thank you very much. We have exceeded our time already. So our last speaker will be Çiğdem Naz. And Çiğdem Naz will make a presentation about the just transition within the context of Green New Deal and the effects of the war Russia-Ukraine. Çiğdem Naz is the Secretary General of the Economic Development Foundation, an NGO specializing in Turkey-EU relations, and Associate Professor in International Relations. She is a faculty member at Yıldız Technical University, Department of Political Science and International Relations. After graduating from the Department of Political Science at Boğaziçi University in 1988, she completed her master's degree in European Social Policy at the London School of Economics and Political Science. She worked as an assistant expert in the Istanbul Chamber of Industry, and between 1994-2007 she worked as a research assistant and lecturer in the Department of EU Politics and International Relations at European Community Institute of Marmara University. Çiğdem Hanım, you have the floor. You have 25 minutes. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I want to thank Green Thought Association for organizing this symposium and also for inviting me. We actually listened to very informative presentations from a technical point of view and a conceptual point of view. In my presentation, I will talk about European Green Deal actually, but I'm not going to give you detailed information, but I mainly actually have a relation between Green New Deal and the just transition, and what is the role of just transition in Green New Deal. And I will also talk about the recent developments, and I will also touch upon the effects of the Russia-Ukraine war and the EU policies as well. In the first session, actually, some of the speakers have talked about this effect after the war situation in Europe. Initially, this European Green New Deal has a social dimension actually. It is a kind of social dimension. It is a kind of a deal of social dimensions actually, because if we don't have any social deal in the Green Deal, it is not possible for Green Deal to be successful actually. It should have a social deal as well, because there will be redistribution and the redivision. It will be a political struggle area, and in the first session we already discussed this fact. In recent past, we had the emission reform discussions, and the designs were rejected actually. And some amendments were suggested, and the Social Democrats and the Greens didn't support them. And this struggle will continue in every aspect of political life as well. And we see there's a very important objective, because the European Union is trying to create a continent having priority with the climate situations actually. And this can be a really good driving point for Turkey to accelerate the climate studies in Turkey. And this Green Deal actually has a very good dimension for Turkey's relation with EU. It increased the interest in Turkey. It also increased the relations in business world, because it is an urgent situation, because there will be the carbon border adjustment, economy is growing, and the logic behind it has changed, production patterns have changed, and that's why Turkey needs to be in compliance with all those new deals actually. And this just transition concept is also important, because Green Deal actually includes the just transition, because while putting this just transition into practices, we should make some sacrifices actually. And who will be the classes that will actually meet those sacrifices, and how we are going to distribute the source, how we are going to divide it equally, and who are going to benefit from the advantages of Green Deal. So there is a social aspect in Green Deal actually. And while designing this Green New Deal, European Union included and discussed this social deal as well. And among the EU member states, there are some member states with higher capacity and lower capacity, and they try to provide a just distribution among them. They want to support the lower capacity country, and they also want to have a just implementation among the countries, and there are different funds canalized by this EU actually. And most of the efforts in EU, you can see this objective in their single market project. They created that market, but they also had a social dimension attached to that. But the social dimension actually is following up the market mechanism. So first they set the market mechanism and they try to neutralize the social impact on it. And this is the same case in Green New Deal. In order to provide a just transition for all, this Green New Deal has to include the social dimension as well, and this process will impact all the policies. Educational policies can also be impacted, and employment policies can be impacted by it, and that's why this socio-economic project, this can be considered as a socio-economic project actually. So what is the basis of it? This climate law actually. This is the basis of all those efforts, and it is a binding law, and it actually puts all the member states under the commitment actually, and this law is enacted, and it actually has a binding impact, and European Union had a supranational effect by this climate law, and now in the system it is all the member states can be audited by this law. And when we look at their 2030 objectives, by 2030 there will be 55% decrease in the emissions. And also throughout this process, this time period until 2030 is really critical to control the emissions, and that's why all the legislations of EU will be amended, including taxes, emission thresholds in different sectors, transport sectors, automotive sectors, all the sectors actually will be revised in terms of emission levels, and there will be a transition in all those sectors. Regarding the trading policy, this is also quite important. In the first session we discussed this topic. Actually, this transition, what Europe wants to do with this transition is that this transition can have negative impact on the other actors in the market, and Borrell actually made an explanation about it, and Borrell said that our dependency on Russia actually is something undesired for us, and that's why we are looking for new sources from the nearby countries, and we are looking for new partners, but we don't want to create new dependencies on the fossil fuels. We should avoid dependency on new fossil fuel sources. We have to be careful that this transition period is healthy and clean and green, and that's why we have to be careful about those sources. There are sources, and the Europe will benefit from those sources, and the local economy should be taken into consideration while doing that. Otherwise, it will be an unjust practice. So this is a really important explanation in this regard, and there are new legislations in the EU in recent years. And when we look at the trading policy of the EU, there are new steps taken. They are not quite new actually. There are some traces of it in the past, but especially European Union has some close trading relations with some partners in the world, and they also keep them in the supply chain. Some companies are included in the supply chain, and European Union try to force those companies and countries to comply with the environmental standards, and there are some special commitments by the companies and the countries given and they have to comply with those requirements actually according to the EU legislation, and otherwise their trading agreements and contracts can be pending. There are new legislation, so their binding mechanisms and the sanction mechanisms have been strengthened as well, and this is how the supply chain mechanism have been transformed, not only for Europe but also for their trade partners. This will be valid actually. Maybe it cannot be put into practice immediately, but there is an improvement towards that reality. They gave priority to this type of topic. It is not on the paper only, so they try to reflect it in the practice as well. And use of energy is another important issue. And Aslı Hanım already mentioned about it. There has to be a transition from fossil fuels to clean energy. There should be a transition to renewable energies. But this process is technically quite difficult and challenging, but we can set some objectives. By 2030, energy mix will include more renewable sources. And in the last package, 35% was set as the objective, and the discussions are still ongoing. And in addition to that, member states should do their plannings accordingly. And just transition, this transition period is one of the most important pillars of the just transition in general, because phasing out from the coal is important for many countries. Some countries has already phased out the coal usage, some of them is in the process. In Poland, for example, they are coming from backwards, but they still have some efforts. And there are in 11 EU countries, 31 region includes coal, and there is a huge, actually high ratio of coal usage, and therefore just transition process actually targets the areas and the regions where they actually generate coal, the mining regions actually, and the companies and the people who will lose their job actually. And in the coal sector, there is an unexpected unemployment actually. Between 2020 and 2030, there will be an expected unemployment. In these dark brown areas, for example, there will be more than 700 companies that will create unemployment, especially in the Eastern Europe and in the Balkan regions. In Greece, for example, there will be a high number of population who will be unemployed, who will left unemployed. In Germany, in Poland, so there will be some regions which will face unemployment, and it will be effective until 2030. There was a study conducted by the Green Party. They focus on the Western Macedonia, and because of the coal mines were closed and people were left unemployed, and they made some projections and saying that even though they set the date for phasing out of coal, and even though there were some strategies about it, the European Union allocated quite fewer funds to the Macedonia. That's why this created an unjust situation. So there are some internal discussions about it. Yes, it will happen, but when it will happen and how can we overcome this situation and how can we put this transition into practice? It's a really important discussion point. And on the other hand, this green economy can also generate some employment opportunities as well. An international confederation of the labor market have some studies, and I want to talk about them as well. Those are just the projections actually. Especially renewable energy has a potential to create an employment opportunity. There can be 5 to 10 new job areas thanks to this green energy, and there's a high potential actually in the future. And the investment made in the solar energy has almost double employment opportunities than the fossil fuels actually. And when you make a comparison with the fossil fuels, renewable energy has more potential actually.
We see Brazil, China, Indonesia, and the United States. We see that concerning new employment potentials, there are certain projections and figures. But of course, what matters here is perhaps there's a destination that we're trying to arrive, and it is something consensual. This green economy, it is more environmental friendly, and a new energy is being used, and there are new jobs. So there's a whole economic dynamism. But then it is actually a painful process. You need to really plan it well. But we need to undertake this transition. We have to do it. That's what we know. Again, decarbonization and its social impacts tell us that you need to undertake this process together with social support in order to facilitate the process as much as possible. You need to channel social policies, because concerning this new economy, when we're switching to new jobs, then we will have people with reskilling and upskilling. We need new skills. This way, persons need to be re-educated, retrained for a green economy. 10 minutes? Okay, thank you. So there will be a loss of employment, especially with the fossil fuels being eliminated. Some of these persons will be retired, or some of those persons will be supported through mechanisms like universal income, and some of them will be channeled to a green economy. Of course, this requires a very precise planning. Another issue is SMEs, small and medium scale enterprises, especially when there is this Green Deal at stake. We're always saying the big companies can adapt themselves somehow, but SMEs really need support, because when you take into consideration the fact that there is an economic crisis going on, they really do need support. Another point is the impact on developing countries, like not creating new dependencies. When EU is forming and protecting its own standards, those regions with raw materials shall not be affected negatively. Green transition should be supported there, and local economies should be supported. And also taking into consideration the impact on low-income segments of the society. So what kind of reflection this cost will have on low-income families? I guess one of the best examples is this yellow vest movement due to the impact on the environment. Therefore, a bigger part of these persons' income are allocated to food, transport, rent, etc. They really need to be supported. And again, there needs to be accessibility to low carbon products as well as the capital when we consider low income segments, especially concerning electronic cars, alternative fueled cars. There needs to be incentives. We see a vice versa situation in Turkey, actually, but the governments need to be really aware of these issues, taking into consideration the social dimension. And for EU, there is a table where we see minimum wages being compared. You see the gaps between the minimum wage. There's Luxembourg on the top, and you have Bulgaria at the bottom. So there is a huge gap between the two. But of course, this gap is undermining the Green Deal. Of course, EU is not the worst place for social income distribution, but there is still a gap, and we see how important the social aspect of Green Deal is, and how a supportive mechanism could be of use. There is, the Just Transition mechanism launched by EU. Whether it will be sufficient or not is another issue, but then there is Just Transition Fund that especially entails regions with high fossil fuel consumption. Like there needs to be a fund for coal phase out. So these processes should be supported. Again, SMEs, R&D activities, and new skills for the employees requires supports. Like you see 1.8 billion euro that is allocated under Invest EU and 17.8 billion euro for Just Transition Fund. Concerning Invest EU, you see certain various activities like energy, transport, infrastructure, digitalization, digital connectivity, and cyclic economy investments. And also we see that companies are granted, the public sector is granted a tool of borrowing. When we look at the impacts of the war, of course, we can read it via EU strategic independence goal, especially after Russia attacking Ukraine. EU is trying to cancel its dependency, but of course, through cooperations and regulations. And we know that this is a geopolitical issue. Maybe this war has underlined the importance of its geopolitical side, and also the dependency on Russia has become the main agenda. And renewable energy is very important here because it's also local energy source like wind and sun. Of course, Aslı refer to some of the gaps. I do not know the technical size of it, but when we look at the projections of EU, we see that there is a projection concerning wind, solar energy, and geothermal energy. And simultaneously, the increase of energy efficiency is important, that we save energy through, for instance, insulation of the buildings. It is called a renovation wave in the whole of EU. So these issues are on the agenda. When we look at energy dependency of EU, we see the role of Russia. We all know about it in recent times, but in all of the fuels, in petrol, natural gas, coal, there's a significant dependency on Russia, and there are strategies to get out of the situation that EU has developed. In the short term, there is an alternative energy scheme, and you have even very polluting energies involved here, which creates new dependencies. But the important thing here is that they're used temporarily and the transition can be done. And also there is the need for controlling the increasing energy prices, as well as the use of natural gas in heating and in industry, as well as the delaying of the closure of nuclear plants. Actually, France had this proposal, especially during transition under secure conditions, and also looking for alternative suppliers. But then there's again the energy efficiency and renewable energy process that needs to accelerate. So it's not like we found an alternative source we can continue, but it is more like it should be temporary. So this transition measures should not be permanent. Maybe this is a trap, which means dependency further on fossil fuels. So we need to be aware of this trap. The energy derived from renewable sources and the transition to just alternative resources should be accelerated and encouraged, and the infrastructure should be changed in line with these changes. And in order to minimize social impacts, the social transfers are very important, especially together with energy prices increasing. There are serious social problems involved in food prices increasing. So certain ceiling figures should be set for electricity, etc. Of course, the most vulnerable groups should be taken on board. And the social dimension is really important. This is what we see here. And especially concerning transition to low carbon emission technologies. In the midterm, the decreasing dependency on fossil fuels should be the leading aspect. And there are some measures here, like intense investment in low carbon technologies, infrastructure and investments, electricity, hydrogen transport, renewable energy, alternative fuel supply chains, which will involve, of course, countries outside of EU. And we need to, of course, refrain from the dependency on fossil fuels. And actually, there's Repower EU as a package that has been prepared. When we look at it, so decreasing dependency on fossil fuels, on Russia, and 45% renewable energy until 2030. The definition of renewable energy as superior public benefit. Because when it's defined like this, then there are tax deductions, incentives, and social measures. So shaping all the policies around this superior public good is very necessary in Turkey as well. And there's also speeding up with the license processes for the investments, which is also very important. And also for those countries in energy crisis that cannot reach energy sources enough, EU has an energy platform where common procurements are done. For instance, for countries like Bulgaria or Hungary, this might be important that EU mobilizes itself for a common goal. Again, hydrogen is something that people are very optimistic about. Like there's this goal of 10 million tons of green hydrogen production until 2030 and the import of 10 million tons of hydrogen. And the solar energy strategy dictating that photovoltaic capacity doubled until 2025 and 600 gigawatts to be added until 2030. Also, there are certain regulations concerning solar panel roof initiatives, heat pumps, regional and communal heating systems where geothermal and solar power is to be used. When we look at EU external energy strategy, there is the formation of hydrogen corridors along the Mediterranean and the North Sea, Arctic Sea, and reconstruction of the energy systems with the Repower EU Ukraine initiative. Well, actually, there is the risk that this Green Deal and just transition is delayed, is postponed. So there is certain fuels like natural gas and LNG only to be used temporarily so that the acceleration of renewable energy until 2030 can be realized. But there's also certain issues like storage, like Asa referred to. Maybe through new technologies, new developments, these problems could be tackled. Of course, R&D is very important here. We have seen this all. At the end of 2019, Green Deal was proclaimed, and then COVID-19 and Ukraine crisis. So there are crises. It's not like these crises should come to an end and we proceed. No. So we have to undertake this parallel to the crisis taking place. And actually, crises tell us why we have to act now. And inside EU, of course, there are certain capacity differences among countries, among social groups. The price reflections are different. Therefore, this is a social struggle, social distribution struggle. And lastly, what we can see is that this is a climate justice issue. So social deal should form a part of this Green Deal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Idam Nas. We can receive your questions if there are any. Okay, you have a question. So I guess the 27th topic is environment and the accession to EU. Where does Turkey stand? So it is a topic that has already been initiated, but it doesn't progress. And also negotiations do not continue concerning accession of Turkey into EU. And there are certain criticisms when we look at the reports. One important criticism is the lack of ratification of Paris Agreement. So it has been a positive development. But concerning environmental impact assessment reports, there are certain criticisms concerning the fact that they're not prepared or that they're not taken into consideration even when they're prepared. Aside from them, what we could see as a positive and in line with EU is like the climate summit is done. But then when we look at carbon border adjustment, the EU economic area countries have an exception because they are in line with ETS. But if Turkey had started much earlier, then it could have been one of the countries among them. So we are still trying to progress, but we are behind as a country. Chidam or Eray actually can answer my question. Lastly, I've been thinking about this just transition mechanism that appeared in the European Green Deal concerning persons in connection with fossil fuel. But why did this discussion become so popular in our country where the transition hasn't started yet? Maybe it is the search for justice that made people very interested in this discussion. In Turkey, we shouldn't be only discussing transition from fossil fuels. In the last decades, I think Turkey's economy has oscillated so much that there are certain productions increasing in certain industries where Turkey won't be able to compete. There are energy intense projects. We were talking about 10 million tons of steel where we were exporting it. Now we are exporting 20 million tons of steel. And in cement, we're the leading country in EU, but we are importing the energy. And also, iron and steel scrap, we are importing it. Therefore, we need to ask, shall I manufacture this product? So we should come up with a limit. I was speaking to Dimitris outside. He was talking about the electricity bill, €1,000 of his mother for 3 months. Well, Botaş is actually having subsidies in the sense that we're paying less. But then the idea that I'm going to import scrap and I will burn it with the natural gas through the subventions of the state for Botaş so that the European subcontractor can buy cheaper steel from me. And also I have goals like of decarbonization. If these climate goals are true, then we have to talk on these concrete issues. We don't have this neoliberal world anymore, like anybody can produce whatever. Remember, there used to be the silicosis problem with those that stoned genes. There is a whole human rights violations. So there is a current deficit on the one side, and on the other side, I, as a people, have the right to say we shouldn't manufacture this much cement. We shouldn't manufacture this much. We shouldn't sell marble to the rest of the world, destroying the mountains, is what I say. Do you think this has been logical to you? Yes, it's very logical because, as you said, there's this craze in Turkey. Like there's always this increasing exports. if this export figures go down a bit, as if we're going to all lose everything. But where is this export done? They're mostly done in sectors that are carbon intense. When we look at global distribution of tasks, we see that Turkey is doing so bad. Carbon intense manufacturing, and also the purchase power, wealth levels decreasing, and also unlicensed, unregistered employment of migrants. So we have come to such a level that together with all the sources of the country, there is this export, but not adding new value, but through selling or exploiting the already existing as environmental sources. I think we are going through such a process even in agriculture, like let's export things and gain something. But what is the society? What are the people doing inside the country is not taken into consideration. There's also inequality of income distribution, as well as corruption, as well as maluse of the resources and lack of transparency on a political level. So they say we are conducting humanitarian aid to Somalia, but then there are some external policy adventures overlooking our needs in the country. So when we take into consideration all these aspects, we need to think of a very broad strategy. But of course, business world also has to do it, because the government won't be thinking about it by itself, because it is immersed in a network of profits, of benefits. So we say, due to carbon border adjustment, we are going to be affected a lot with cement, we say. But how to channel it to some other areas? How to do the transition to green economy? How can Turkey position itself? Yes, a comprehensive strategy is much needed. A question to everybody, something that I've been very curious about for a long time. First, so in Turkey's economy, we shouldn't think that it is only the ignorant people, but also well-educated people are also finding themselves in the trap. Secondly, there's a certain group of people discussing this green economy, etc. But if we set aside the government, also the main opposition does not take this issue on the agenda. They're speaking only on an ornamental level. Therefore, our main problem is that politicians should see it's not only concerning one segment of the society, how to proceed. Shall we go to the districts of the provinces? Shall we go to the provincial directorates? Or shall we all convene and go to Ankara, the central government? Because politicians are totally avoiding certain segments of the society and their anxieties. How to take action so that these issues could be on their agenda. My observation concerning Turkish politics, and of course this is mainstream sort of, but it doesn't really give much credit to lobbyism from the other side, let's say, because they have their own partisans, etc. But if it's women or environmental groups, that both the leading party and the opposition see as ornament, I think they're close to it. We should make it into a grassroots movement. When it becomes a matter of votes, when the voter asks them, like, tell me, Actually, there has been a trend, especially together with this forest fires, floods, leading to anxiety, an awakening perhaps. Or there has been movements against nuclear power, certain policies concerning nuclear power, hydroelectric dams. So rather than talking to the politician, we should talk to the voter. When we have a different mindset, when the voter has a different mindset, then that's when a change can occur. Otherwise, these topics will remain marginal in Turkey. We also have to see that this is not something abstract, that it has an impact on our daily lives. Maybe we should bring these on the agenda through concrete examples from our everyday lives. So, as civil society, perhaps meeting with politicians and creating awareness among them might be at stake, because the Republican Party was much criticized that they didn't care much, but now they are caring more about EU politics, EU policies. So if this keeps on being said, then the main opposition is also taking these on board more. But we know that there has been many local movements, especially where environmental problems are taking place. Maybe we should be in closer contact with these movements and form networks with these movements. And this way we can push these on the agenda. But it takes time. But we shouldn't be that pessimistic and go on instead. It's not my area, but there is a sociologist, or Milbred, I think from 1965, there was an article by Milbred concerning American society. He or she was saying that there is this spectrum. For instance, there is a whole array of continuity, like you put stickers of, let's say, the party that you support on your tail, a car parts, whatever. So if you look at Milbred, there are certain participation tools, 9 or 10 of them, but most of them are not acceptable. Going on the streets, suppressed right away. Or when I visited Bern, they were deciding on the colors of the benches. You did not discuss the color of a bench with the municipality, but they were doing it there. Like, somebody puts a bench, somebody dyes it, and you sit on it. This is how it works in Turkey. But then this participation forms. Actually, we're talking about a capitalistic system where you have friends, but it actually excludes peoples, like excluding NGOs, or like thinking of them as ornamental issues. So maybe this is like an area being ideologically monopolized. So you will be pissed at me because I sound pessimistic, but I agree with what you say. Even if when you start grassroots, well, maybe you can find a solution or a response to the questions, but well, general evaluation. As Greens, we started the conference in 2009, and since then, Ahmet was also saying, we're talking about things that are far ahead. We were talking about the Green Deal when nobody was talking about green economy. EU brought it on the agenda only in 2019. And the Greens' main characteristic is that they foresee the agenda from years ago. And Aslı's speech brought us back to 20 years ago. Her speech was what could be termed as renewable energy skepticism, where solar energy is much criticized, where natural gas, aside from methane, is having no alternative, carbon capture being proposed. Well, we are so not used to these, and phenomenally figures. I think the speech was based on such figures, but of course we're the audience. I didn't note them down one by one. I am not in the position to criticize you one by one what you said, but this approach is the approach of fossil fuel companies. For 40 years, these companies have been trying to convince us that this transition is impossible. And Aslı was doing the same. So she was trying to convince us that we cannot get rid of fossil fuels. The only way was nuclear power and methane. But she was referring to BCCS, which does not exist in the world now. Or you were referring to batteries not being able to be used, but we do not have any proof concerning the usability of BCCS, sorry. There's only one facility that has trials of BCCS. I'm not against it, but BCCS is synthetic methane, and there's no evidence concerning them being more efficient. Therefore, what we need to see is that there is innumerable research concerning renewable energy being possible. And in our research in Turkey, of course, through certain battery support, until 2050, Turkey's, if not 100%, Turkey's decarbonization can take place to 80%. I'm not even saying anything about carbon capture or storage. So what I'm trying to say is Green Economy Conference is being conducted to shape the green policies, getting stuck to past policies, or that renewable energy is a utopian ideal, should be articulated in some other platform than this one. My words to Aslı. So my apologies, I couldn't tell my rationale at all, it seems. I never said fossil fuels should be consumed. I was saying let's look at how we can get out of it. So I'm following all these discussions. One of the problems is the seasonality and hourly balance, which is not taken into consideration in any of the settings. This is why I said there should be momentary balance needed. But I didn't say let's capture carbon and bury it. I said let's reuse it. So if we are convinced that there's goodwill, then we can discuss and come up with a constructive solution, then I'm totally not advocating fossil fuel. I'm saying nuclear could be, well, better than the worst. I'm not advocating nuclear either, and it's not my area of interest, and it has feasibility problem for a country like Turkey. How many nuclear power plants can you really establish in Turkey when it can barely match the needs? But wholesome solutions is not possible for us. It will be a gradual set of solutions. So We should talk about what would be the most logical. I'm not saying you cannot run away from fossil fuel. No, I'm not saying that. A fuel system that has a carbon cycle is a system where there is no fossil fuel. So maybe I was unable to articulate myself. So maybe we need a discussion here. And Eray was saying something similar. So the state has a share here. Like there was this romantic idealism you were referring to. I actually heard it from Alparslan Bayraktar in a Sepia conference. He's saying romantic idealism. No, we have to speak for a common perspective, for a common future, and we need to shape our policies around this common goal, from industry to education to R&D to transport to housing to agriculture. We need to talk about all of them together with energy. But when energy is such a critical input, then this wholesome transformation, oh, so easy, we can do it. No, this is also a problematic approach. This is what I said. And I'm not saying this way, you're not saying that way, but we need to talk about it. So this fossil fuel discourse, no, I'm not advocating fossil fuel. We really need to talk. And not only as you and me, yes, also as you and me, but I do not know how you will position me per se, but as people that think about this issue at least, we need to talk to the civil society, to the state, NGOs speaking to the state. So we need to come up with a common future imagination and walk in this course. So there's no problem among us. I do not know if Alparslan Bayraktar has another perspective, but we need to talk to him as well. So we need to also talk to policymakers and not actually attain a very rigid perspective. We need to talk about solutions.
This is what we do as the association actually, because the next event will be in Ankara. We will go to Ankara and we will discuss those policies with different bureaucrats in the different ministries. I don't want to take much of the floor. And the last question from Savaş. Actually, still we have the impact of the 12th of September, and the politicians doesn't want to be included in this process very much. And the politics is considered as something that should be avoided. That's why society avoids participating in this process. And if we don't have any political will, the green transition is not possible. And if we don't have any democracy or justice, the green transition is not possible as well. So the main problem here is to have really strong, is not to have really strong Green Party. Green Party is not allowed in Turkey. It couldn't be established. And this green transition, green economy is important. And in Europe, Green Party actually is the leader of this movement. And in Turkey, we don't have this structure, and we are following up the developments in the EU. And if you want to have a proper transition, there should be a Green Party available in Turkey. And they will give the proper answers to those questions. And unfortunately, the current ruling party actually trying to stop Green Party to be established. Thank you very much. We have a question from online participants. So, EU's climate policy has some challenges. Do you agree that the ethics approach is in line with the EU's general climate approach. So energy is a right for all, but what about the excessive energy usage? Is there a study about it in Europe? Thank you very much. So the last question was about the right to use energy. Of course, access to fundamental sources is the basic human rights, and the energy poverty is one of the major problems in the EU. We discussed that as well. There are many people having difficulty in access to energy, and in the future, because we have this energy crisis, there will be even more people having difficulty in accessing the energy sources. And then we look at this unjust distribution of revenue. This is also another problem, and it will create another poverties as well, and it will create some vulnerability. And that's why we should embrace this type of approach within the scope of Green Deal. But while EU establishing this Green Deal, they prepared some new recommendations by the Commission, and it is discussed under the Parliament. And in emission trading system was actually voted at the Parliament, and the central right-wing parties were representing the business world. And we also had the Social Democrats and the Greens. They have different theses actually to discuss. They have different arguments. Some part actually try to facilitate the process. The other parties try to hinder the process. So the right-based approach plays a vital role here, because yes, this is a right actually. And I also want to underline that this actually has a public advantage as well. This public interest should be taken into consideration in order to facilitate all the processes. And on the other hand, this climate change panel has some reports as the conclusion, and there are some studies based on those reports, and it revealed that we lost most of our times actually. EU is a model for us, and it is a model for Turkey as well, but we lost most of our times actually. We still discuss the compulsory practices for the solar panels. This should have been done in the past already. So we lost many time here, and it is urgent right now. That's why we have to facilitate the process, and right-based approach is vital in facilitating the process. Thank you. Thank you very much for your participation and for your questions, and hope to see you for the next event. I want to pass the microphone to Özge. Thank you very much. We exceeded our time 45 minutes already. And I would like to thank everyone who made contribution and everyone who stayed with us here, and we have online participants. I would like to thank you very much on behalf of Green Thought Association. Hope to see you all in our next event.